We're just waiting on some quick substitute language and then we'll get going, not too far out. Good morning, everyone. Time is 8:54. We are on the record. We're going to begin with Committee of the Whole and some deliberations this morning. We've reached that point in the meeting where substitute language starts getting developed a little bit more frequently, so things kind of sometimes happen in fits and starts a little bit. So thank you for your patience. Little information about Committee of the Whole work for those that haven't participated in it before. So parliamentary procedures for committee work will follow the New England Town meeting style. Committees are intended to provide opportunities for additional information gathering and at times for dispute resolution. Committees are not a forum for debate nor a platform for repeating information that's already been received through public testimony. And through public testimony, I mean oral public testimony, written public testimony, RCs, all the things. During board committee meetings, advisory committee representatives may express the official positions of their committee as well as their personal views. They must, however, identify which of the two positions they're stating. The board recognizes that the AC representatives are very knowledgeable fisheries leaders and believe that they must be able to function freely during committee meetings. During the committee meeting, the public will come forward and use the microphone near the front table. It's got a blue skirt on it. If you intend to speak, it's really helpful if you move towards the front of the room in order to minimize the waiting time in between comments. When you speak, please state your name for the record, even if you've already done so earlier. Please don't use names or speak in personalities. Don't reference other people. Don't reference department staff or board members by names, please. We're looking for new information only. Please don't repeat what's already has been said in public testimony. If people start repeating the same points, the committee chair will move on to the next proposal. If substitute language is being developed, or if you feel it should be developed, please speak to what the substitute language says or what you think it should say. And if there seems to be some traction with substitute language, I will highly recommend you working with a board member to get that before the board prior to deliberations. All right. We'll go ahead and begin with Committee of the Whole Group 1. And I will just say that I appreciate the patience of the folks that are here for the AYK meeting. We had just a couple of issues outside of this, outside of those topics. Typically, we take up supplemental issues at the end, but we were trying to accommodate some timeliness of fishing and staff and folks that were interested in these proposals. So thank you for your patience with that. All right, I will turn it over to Chair Carpenter. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Ms. Carlson-Van-Dort. So we're going to go ahead and get started with Committee of the Whole, Group 1. There's 3 proposals, Proposal 170, 171, 172. Please remember the instructions that Ms. Carlson-Van-Dort just described in regards to the committee process. I'll call on your name after the department reads the proposal onto the record, and we will allow people to come forward. If you're interested in commenting on these proposals, it's probably better off if you sit closer to the front of the room in light of time, and we'll try and move this process along. So if the department would go ahead and read into the record Proposal 170.
Thanks, Madam Chair. For the record, Forrest Bowers with the Department of Fish and Game. Proposal 170, 5AAC 32.425, lawful gear for registration, Area J. This proposal would establish a 500 pot limit for vessels participating in the North Peninsula Dungeness crab fishery and cap the total number of pots allowed in the fishery at 10,000. The pot limit would be set at 500 per vessel if 20 or fewer vessels register for the fishery. If more than 20 vessels register, the pot limit would be set by dividing 10,000 by the number of vessels that register, so it'd be less than 500 per vessel. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bowers. Is the author of this proposal in the room? Would anyone like to speak in favor of this proposal? Anyone against? Okay, seeing none, I guess we'll move on to Proposal 171 for the record.
For the record, my name is Jan Rumble. I'm the area manager for Groundfish in Prince William Sound. Proposal 171, 5 AAC 28.230, lawful gear for Prince William Sound area. Mr. Chair, this proposal would allow groundfish pot gear to be longlined in Prince William Sound area groundfish fisheries where pot gear is a legal gear type. Currently, groundfish pot gear may be longlined in Prince William Sound Pacific cod fishery, although pot gear may not be, currently groundfish pot gear may not be longlined in the Prince William Sound Pacific cod fishery, although pot gear may be longlined in the Prince William Sound sablefish fishery. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Is the author of this proposal in the room? Come forward, Mr. Jones. Just turn the mic on and state your name for the record.
Yeah, my name is Kenneth Jones.
You can provide some testimony, new information in regards to Proposal 171.
Yeah, I'm not sure I have anything new. Most of my comments are in PC3 and PC14, and then also my public testimony yesterday kind of summed up most of my thoughts on this. I think it's a good idea. It can reduce bycatch, and I think that should be something that we pursue. Thanks.
Thank you. Just for the record, and maybe for your information, Mr. Jones, there's some substitute language in RC 43. Did you have a chance to take a look at that?
I did.
And do you have any comments in regards to the substitute language?
Yeah, I'm good with it. I was a little bit, I guess, bummed out to see the gear marking requirements had changed on the federal level, but I do support, bringing the federal and state requirements into parity. So, yeah, I guess I should have taken that up at the federal level. I liked it the way it was before, but this will work.
Okay. Any board questions? Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you. Correct me if I'm wrong, I thought there was some substitute language also somewhere in an RC to include some of the Cook Inlet waters on these pots. Do I have that wrong in some fashion?
Ms. Rummel.
Through the chair, Mr. Heimbach, there's no substitute language for the Cook Inlet area at this time. I know there's interest from fishers in Cook Inlet who are interested in longlining slinky pots, and we have a Board of Fisheries meeting next December in Homer to address some of these Cook Inlet issues, and I believe that I've been working with one of the stakeholders to, if this passes, to use some of this language for that meeting. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Carpenter, if I can follow up. So this is probably a question for our chairman. So to amend this in any fashion during this meeting to include Cook Inlet would not be proper at this time then? Okay, thanks.
Any other board questions for Mr. Jones? Thank you, Mr. Jones. Appreciate it. Oh, sorry. Do you have a question, Mr. Jensen?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your input, Mr. Jones. There's nothing in here that says you can't use more than one buoy, right? I mean, I know you like to use several buoys, and a couple of them that you usually use are hard balls, so they, if your inflatables sink, you got something left to find your gear, and that's one of the things you had an issue with, correct?
Yeah, so before the federal requirement was that you had to have a buoy cluster of 4 or more, 2 of which must be hard floats. And the reason for that was that if the current drags your gear down, that those hard floats wouldn't crush and that gear would come back up to the surface, so you have less lost gear issues. So I actually preferred that, but like you said, there's nothing stopping me from still doing that. The other reason I submitted this proposal was just for gear conflict in the small area that Prince William Sound has. There's some participants who are just using a single buoy, and it makes it look like it's a single pot. And when you're driving by a mile away, you can't tell if it's a single pot or a long line string or if it's a hook and line string. And having the 4 or more, like I had originally proposed, would make it where when you're driving by a mile away, you can know what that gear is and what they're fishing.
Okay, so now you have to just go right up to the buoy and read what's on it. Before
Yeah,
you know
now
what's
you'd have to drive up and read the LP, which that works too, I guess.
Okay, thanks, Ken.
Thank you. Any other board questions? Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thanks.
Would anyone else like to comment on Proposal 171? All right, moving on, we'll move on to Proposal 172 for the record.
Chairman Carpenter, I just want to mention that we were actually dealing with some of the issues as part of 172 when Mr. Jones was talking. So he covered some of the issues that will come up. Proposal 172, 5AAC 28.230, lawful gear for Prince William Sound area. This proposal would add provisions to mark groundfish pot gear that is longlined with a cluster of 4 or more marker buoys, a flag mounted on a pole, and a radar reflector. In addition, 1 hard buoy in the cluster must be marked with the capital letters LP and the ADF&G vessel registration number. So as Mr. Jones said, the federal regulations have changed as of November 22nd, and so they've scaled them down and made them simpler. And those are mirrored in the RC that was put forward, RC 43. And so those, so it's a lot more simple, and we're just trying to mirror those so that people who go between these 2 fisheries, federal and state waters fisheries or parallel, are using the same marking requirements. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. As Ms. Rumble just said, we have discussed some of this with the prior comments. Would anyone else like to make any additional comments specifically to Proposal 172 or the language found in RC 43? Mr. Wood.
Since no one's coming forward, I had a question of staff. One of the recommendations is for the board to consider bringing this front statewide. Is there any effort to do that, or can this be used as a vehicle, or should we do something independent of this?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, we would like you to consider this proposal, but there is a proposal that will come in front of you in the March Finfish meeting that will address some of the biodegradable mechanisms and could include standardizing this, the regulation statewide, and then potentially just taking the area regulations off the books. So Trooper Frenzel, or Lieutenant Frenzel, and I have been working together, and I think that's the law enforcement's wish as well.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we get done with this committee of the whole, I'd just like to mention that the fellow that was talking to us about the pot regulations, Mr. Evich, had an emergency and had to fly home because his daughter, something happened to his daughter, so. And I sent him a picture of the RC we're going to be dealing with, and he thought that relayed what he had in mind. So I just wanted to pass that on. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner.
So I just have a question for staff. So during public testimony, we heard that the federal marking requirements have changed. And I presume that that language is now available, and that there's a desire to align federal marking requirements. Is it possible to have that language from the federal done now so that we're doing that now at this stage rather than coming back at a later date and aligning the 2 marking requirements as part of a substitute motion or substitute language?
Through the chair, Mr. Commissioner, I am not sure. Would you like me to put into the record the language that was passed by the federal government in November 22nd of 2022? Our language that we put forward in RC 43 mirrors what they passed in November. Can Mr. Jones put forward, when he originally put forward this proposal, he used their language, trying to make sure that it was the same as ours, and then it changed. So that's the change that happened, and ours is the same as the most recent language that they passed.
Thank you.
Any other board questions? One last call for anyone that would like to. Mr. Jones.
Yeah, so, Ken Jones for the record. Thank you for the opportunity. The RC 43 lumping the 2 together, I just wanted to make sure that didn't get lost in translation that by bringing the marking requirements back up at statewide, if you postpone this whole proposal till then, the peacock fishery thing would potentially get lost. So I would really urge the board to pass this as written in the RC 43, and then you could bring that up again at statewide for the statewide stuff. But thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no further board questions, Madam Chair, I believe we've completed Committee of the Whole, Group 1, and I will pass the gavel back to you.
Thank you. Let's take just about, a few minutes break, short break before we get into deliberations on this. I'm thinking about 15, 20 minutes, and then we'll start deliberating on this group, and then we'll move on. Thank you. All right, we're back on the record. The time is 9:30, and we will begin board deliberations on Committee of the Whole Group 1, which is looks like North Peninsula Dungeness Crab and Prince William Sound Groundfish. There are 3 proposals in this group, and we will begin with proposal number 170.
Proposal 170, 5AAC 32.425, lawful gear for registration area J.
Move to adopt with the language found in RC 42.
Second, and ask unanimous consent.
Seeing no objection or hearing no objection, the board has before us proposal number 170 with substitute language found in RC 42. Staff comments, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and again, for the record, this is Forrest Bowers with the Department of Fish and Game. So Proposal 170 would establish a 500 pot limit for the North Peninsula Dungeness crab commercial fishery and cap the total number of pots in the fishery at 10,000. If it would also establish a preseason registration deadline of April 1st. If 20 or fewer vessels preseason registered by April 1st, the pot limit would be 500 pots per vessel. If more than 20 vessels preseason register, the pot limit would be set by dividing 10,000 by the number of vessels that preseason register, so the pot limit would be less than 500. RC 42 contains some of the elements of the original proposal, but eliminates the 10,000 pot cap and establishes a 500 pot limit. But if fewer than 5 or fewer vessels preseason register, the pot limit would go up to 750 pots per vessel. Currently, there's no pot limit in the fishery. It's an open access fishery with non-exclusive registration. There's no vessel length restriction. And like the other Dungeness crab fisheries in Alaska, it's managed under size, sex, and season regulations. Male-only harvest, 6.5-inch legal size limit, and the season is May 1st to October 18. If this proposal were adopted with the substitute language in RC 42, this would likely not impact the day-to-day operations for vessels that operate 750 or 500 pots or less, depending on where the pot limit's set. But it would impact some of the higher capacity vessels that are using more than 500 or 750 pots. It would, likely reduce their overall efficiency and harvest capacity. A pot limit is likely to disincentivize future entry into the fishery by new high-capacity vessels, and that has the potential to benefit some of the historical users that may not be operating as much gear. This could displace some of the higher capacity vessels to other fisheries, adjacent fisheries. And as we stated in our comments on the agenda change request that resulted in this proposal, harvest has increased significantly in this fishery in the last several years. It was nearly 2 million pounds for the time period, averaged nearly 2 million pounds from 2020 to 2022. And, one of the ACR criteria is that the board needs to address is whether or not a conservation concern is presented by addressed by the ACR. And, we said we're not sure about that. There may be a conservation concern, but because we don't have a stock assessment, we don't know that. Prolonged overharvest could result in stock collapse or lower yield in the future, so a pot limit may alleviate some of those concerns. Effort in this fishery and harvest has been sporadic over the years. There's a number of years where there's been little or no harvest, but and that's sort of reflective of the cyclical nature of Dungeness crab abundance. We're in a period of high Dungeness crab abundance statewide. We've seen harvests reach record levels in recent years, and participation in all the Dungeness crab fisheries across the state has increased as a result of that. In this fishery specifically, beginning in 2020, vessel participation and landings increased significantly, with 2020 participation the highest on record. From 2020 to 2022, an average of 9 vessels have participated in the fishery, and the amount of registered gear averaged 574 pots per vessel, and with individual vessels fishing between 100 and 1,062 pots per vessel. On average, 31% of the participating vessels have operated more than 500 pots. So under the proposed 500 pot limit, the amount of gear vessels could legally operate could have been reduced by an average of 65% annually from 2012 to 2019 and 42% annually from 2020 to 2022. Department's neutral on this proposal, and we have a statement in staff comments that suggests that if the board were to adopt this proposal, we recommend adopting buoy marking requirements, pot tags that would aid in enforcement of the pot limit. After some additional review of the regulations, we already have those regulations in place for any fishery that has a pot limit in Area J, so you can disregard that comment. Thanks.
Thank you. Board discussion, Mr. Jensen and then Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Bowers. So, yeah, I was worried, I was going to add a friendly amendment, but if we have that already on the books, that they have to have pot stickers, I'll disregard that. And so it's something that happens regardless of the number of pots that are, did they have to have it the last couple of years when there was up to 1,800 pots per boat?
Through the chair, Mr. Jensen, no. There was no pot tag requirement because there was no pot limit. So the pot tags are used to enforce the pot limit, but other buoy marking requirements like the ADF and G number of the vessel, those were in effect. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The discussion about abundance of Dungeness crab on the peninsula, which I'm very familiar with through the last 40-some years, is this discussion is becoming reminiscent of everything we always talk about snow crab, tanners, barrel-eyed king crab out in the Bering Sea. We rise to the challenge of Mother Nature's abundance, thinking that we need to maximize our efforts to catch it. I personally don't understand why the attrition of boats out of a fishery is a rationale for increasing pot limits. It seems like it's time we started giving more of the tide to Mother Nature in the hopes of not just having a maximum sustained harvest, but a future maximum sustained yield based on our willingness to understand that maybe that's the time for a more conservative approach. I understand the economic arguments that are in this substitute language, but I just think it's time we also started having a mindset that reflected that very cyclical abundance is not a reason for us to match our competitive desires to harvest. And that's all I'll say about this. I wish that the 750 pot increase was not in there. I wish it would just stay at 500. Thank you.
Mr. Carpenter, then Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaking specifically to the language in RC 42, it was at my suggestion that Mr. Bowers worked on this and added the addition of the 750 pot limit. The reason that I put it in there, or that I think that it's a reasonable thing to add outside the 500 pot limit, is I went back and looked at the pattern of use over the last 20 years in this fishery, and it's varied greatly from 1 or 2 boats up to 20. And considering the kind of rural nature of this fishery and the ups and downs in the population of Dungeness crab, and they're, like Mr. Bauer said, they are very cyclical. I thought that it was disadvantageous to the 1 or 2 guys that have fished down there for the last 20 years consistently, to where if the population were to get to a level that it wasn't the economic opportunity was diminished, where these big boats could come in there and fish, but these local guys could continue to do that, giving them a little bit more opportunity with a lower registration. number of vessels was probably something that was a reasonable alternative to just having 500 pots specifically. So that's why I'm supportive of this particular language.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and I follow along with Mr. Carpenter's logic. And again, you've got to look at the size of the area. This is, in my mind, a restriction for what was coming. So I think this is going to help, and this is going to keep the people that pioneered this fishery in the fishery, and the big boats with big, huge pot limits are going to have to figure out if they can make it on 500 pots or not. So I think it is limiting what was coming. So there's a lot of people looking for other ideas in the fishing business, and this is a bright spot out here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Forrest, if this is not to be adopted, what I'm trying to avoid, let me preface my question. I'm trying to avoid a situation we've seen in other crab fisheries where all of a sudden the stock just crashed and it's been closed for 30 years. And I don't want us to go into this one blindly and allow that to happen. Do you currently have tools to effectively manage the crabs, if absent adoption of some kind of regulation along the lines that are being discussed here?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, that's a good question, and maybe I'll just take a moment to speak about Dungeness crab biology and life history. So Dungeness crab life history and ecology is significantly different than that of king and tanner crab. Dungeness crab range is from Central California to Alaska. Alaska is at the northern extent of the Dungeness crab range, and this increase in abundance we've seen in the last several years sort of coincides with the North Pacific heat wave that we recently experienced. And Dungeness crab they mature and grow more quickly than king and tanner crab. Dungeness crab reach maturity at 2 to 4 years, and that's half or less than half the time it takes king and tanner crab to mature. So their life history in Alaska benefited from that North Pacific heat wave, we believe, and that's why we've seen this rapid increase in abundance. Their life history also allows us to use this 3S management that I mentioned earlier. Dungeness crab throughout their range are managed under 3S approach. I'm not aware of any fishery, in the Pacific Northwest or certainly in Alaska where we set a guideline harvest level or quota pre-season. It's all 3S management, and that's in sort of reflective of this life history where they mature and grow rapidly in comparison to other crab, and that's why you see these cycles of abundance. So to address your question about management tools, we believe that 3S management is sufficient for conservation. I do think a pot limit that's in other Dungeness crab fisheries, a pot limit is one of the first steps the board has taken, in response to a potential conservation concern, or in this case, this proposal is a result of really social concerns and equity in the fishery, I think. So in other fisheries, the board has also adopted vessel size limits or super exclusive registration. As I mentioned earlier, we don't have a vessel size limit and it's non-exclusive registration. So there are some other tools out there if we need to go further, but a pot limit is often one of the first steps that the board takes in Dungeness crab conservation.
Okay, does the health of the stock warrant taking that first step?
Well, the department didn't propose the pot limit, so we believe 3S management is sufficient for conservation. But a pot limit probably isn't a bad idea for conservation.
Okay, then the last question I have, Madam Chairman, in your background discussion to us, you came to the conclusion that a 500 pot limit would likely be difficult to enforce. Would a 750 be any different, or would you still have that difficulty? About 2/3 way down of the paragraph dealing with background. The state, okay, you found it.
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Wood, so the enforcement concern comes about if we didn't have a pot tag marking requirement. So if we have a pot tag marking requirement, then that addresses the enforcement concerns. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Since we're in deliberations, I'll just go into how I see it at the moment, and how I,
Mr. Heimbach has, I think, a comment, and then can I come back to you? I'll come back to you.
Okay.
If not, can I? I will come back to you. Mr. Heimbach and then Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. One thing I noticed, okay, so we have comments around the table about how we don't want to disenfranchise some of the local boats that have some participation history. Yet we've coupled that to an April 1st registration deadline. Let's say that, for instance, 13 boats sign up to fish. We have our 500 pot limit or whatever we have. They go out the first week, they realize there's no crab. And so all these local guys, unless I'm reading this wrong, for the entire season are subject to the 500 pot limit. There's really no mechanism for them to have a realization that, hey, the other guys didn't show up. Now there's only 3 of us. Why aren't we back up to 750 for the rest of the season? It may or may not happen, but I don't see anything built in that really protects the interests of people. And maybe that's not a big deal, but if we were going to protect the people that were the historical participants that are local, it seems to me that we would have wanted them to pursue this in a limited entry fashion, so it truly recognize their local contributions and where they're from.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, I don't think it's gone as far yet as limited entry, but the fishermen that are participating in the fishery can petition the state for limited entry anytime they want. They may or may not get it. And the people that I've talked to through Mr. Evich, he made phone calls the other day and checked with the people that couldn't be here because they're participating in other crab fisheries at the moment. And he said the 6 people he called were all in favor of this, and these are all residents from around that area. He said Sandpoint, King Cove were the 2 communities I remember that he mentioned, and, you know, of course, himself. So it is a protective type measure. You know, I mean, it's going to keep the guys that are in the fishery, where the big guys might be able to push them out, but the huge numbers of pots and huge boats. So that's why I'm supporting this one.
Mr. Wood. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, and Mr. Jensen sort of hit the whole issue right on the head. It is protective in nature, and whether it's justified for the reasons stated by Mr. Jensen or not, I guess subject each one of us as individuals to come and wrestle with. The pot cap is, I guess, where I'm having a bit of a heartburn, and even the department, with this data that they provided, showed under the last several years where we've been fishing it hard, you still only came up with 8,000 some odd. I can't find a figure right off the top of my head, but it's much less than the 10,000 cap. So, you know, the cap is not going to, in effect, cap much of anything, and I don't support it being in there. To me, the 500 pot limit feels like, just like Mr. Jensen described, it's one class of fishermen versus another class of fishermen, and I don't see a conservation issue involved in that. So as of this moment, unless convinced otherwise, I'll be voting no.
Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go ahead and put some comments on the record here. When looking at Proposal 170, I'm primarily looking at RC 42 submitted by Member Carpenter. And I think it does, it is warranted, given the significant growth that we've seen in this fishery. I've heard from several stakeholders who support this with the removal of the cap, which is done in RC 42. And during public testimony yesterday, we did hear that a 500 pot limit regulation is common in many areas of the state and also outside of Alaska, so it seems to be pretty common. and I will be in support of this. However, I do understand the concerns presented by Member Heimbach, and I don't necessarily see the need for the 750 pots per vessel if the number of registered crab fishermen goes below a certain number. I think 500 cap would be sufficient across the board, and I remember a public testifier actually say on the record yesterday that 500 pot limit would be sufficient.
Mr. Heimbach.
Question of procedure, Madam Chairman, is this the proper time to ask for an amendment?
It is.
Madam Chairman, I would move to amend the bottom of the page in RC 042, the very last sentence on the page where it states if 5 vessels or fewer are validly registered by the registration deadline, the pot limit will be 750 pots per vessel. To be more succinct, I move that we amend this proposal by removing that sentence in its entirety.
Second for discussion purposes.
Is there any discussion, board discussion with respect to the amendment? Ms. Mitchell and then Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if just removing that particular sentence would address what's stated here. I'd need to reread this a little bit to make sure, but essentially, I think the intent of what Mr. Heimbach is presenting would be to just have a 500 pot cap consistent, no matter the number of vessels that are registered to participate in that fishery.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaking to the amendment, I don't support the amendment. I don't support the amendment for this reason. If you go back and look at many throughout history over the last 20 years, when there was very low participation in this fishery, the pot limit, or the pots used by those very few participants, was in the range of 750 to 1,200 pots. We're going to get back into a place eventually to where there is going to be very few participants in this fishery again. Most of those are localized residents, the Alaska Peninsula, that are fishing small boats. And to take something like 500 pots and make them go back into a time of low abundance and require them to go out and efficiently and effectively try and make the economics work, I believe that by restricting those people to 500 pots at all time is really not in the best interest of those particular people. So I won't be supporting the amendment.
Any other additional discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, Mr. Nelson. Oh, sorry, Forrest.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just in regard to the amendment, RC 42 could be, so if we do not have that 750 and the 5 vessels in there, we would no longer need that April 1st preseason registration deadline. And so the first part of RC 42 that deals with area registration, that portion of the language could be stricken. And then paragraph 3 at the bottom would simply state that in the North Peninsula District, an aggregate of no more than 500 pots may be operated by a validly registered Dungeness crab vessel. So the only reason you need that preseason registration deadline is if you're going to be basing the pot limit on how many boats register. And the first part of RC 42 is about the registration. And then you're following that? Okay, thanks.
So essentially, you would strike all of paragraph 3.
You would strike paragraph 3 and replace it with language that says in the North Peninsula District, an aggregate of no more than 500 pots may be operated from a validly registered Dungeness crab vessel. And that would be the only regulation change that you would need for a 500 pot limit.
Thank you. And is that intention clear to the regulation specialist?
Madam Chair, yes, that's perfectly clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wood and then Mr. Heimbach.
I guess a question to Mr. Heimbach, would you accept that as a friendly amendment to your amendment?
That's not required conceptually, it's the same thing as his amendment, is what he requested.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Then I would only state that I think that's a cleaning of my intent by removal of the language.
Very good, thank you. Any additional discussion on the amendment? Mr. Heimbach? Okay, Mr. Nelson, will you please call the roll on that as to the amendment?
So just to be clear, the concept of the amendment is to basically make it a flat 500 pot limit and essentially drop the registration items specified in RC 42. Everyone clear? Okay, great. On the amendment, Carpenter,
No.
Zaret. No. Heimbach,
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort,
No.
Jensen,
No.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Wood.
No.
Madam Chair, motion fails, 2 in favor, 5 against.
Thank you. That brings RC 42 back before us as written. Is there any more discussion on RC 42? Ms. Mitchell?
Yeah, thank you. Even though the amendment for RC 42 failed, I still support having a pot limit within this fishery, given the significant growth, and trying to stay ahead of the conservation concerns that could be present in a fishery that the department currently doesn't have an assessment for. So I'll still be in support of this.
Question?
I have a couple comments that I'd like to add, and we'll do cost as well. So, I'm going to be in support of 42 as it's written. I think it's, some of the fleet attempting to employ what they believe are some conservation mechanisms in this fishery. I think it's appropriate, and the idea, the intention behind that is to make this a sustainable fishery over time. Given the fickle nature of crab and their populations, I think it's an appropriate approach, and so I will be in favor of the proposal as written, or as the RC has written. Mr. Jensen?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I too will be in support of this. I think it gives the department the latitude to expand the pot limit to a small number of boats, which would still keep it under what the cap was, original intent was for this proposal, is to cap off the total number of pots. One thing that just keeps coming back to my mind is how big this area is. I don't know how much of it's productive for Dungeness crab, but that's an enormous area. And I don't think this amount of pots is going to do any damage, especially with the 3S type management. The 3S type management's been successful throughout our state that I know of, and I don't see any reason to oppose this, and I'll be support. And if this were to be adopted, I don't believe it would require an additional money for the, so let me go back and start. Approval of the pot limit would increase the cost for a private person to participate in the fishery should the board adopt the companion buoy tag requirement, but we're not going to do that, so they're 50 cents each. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct costs for the department to manage, and the question's been called, Madam Chair.
All right, before I recognize the question, I'll just also note that there were no on-time public comments that were in opposition to this. There was a couple that suggested amendment. I think we've captured some of that, and so with that, the question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Raybung?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 170 as amended with the language in RC 42. Mitchell,
Yes.
Jensen,
Yes.
Wood,
No.
Carpenter,
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort,
Yes.
Zaret. Yes from Zaret. Heimbach.
Yes.
Madam Chair, motion carries, 6 in favor, 1 against.
Thank you. Moving on to proposal number 171.
Madam Chair, for the record, my name is Jan Rumble. I'm the area management biologist for groundfish in Prince William Sound. Proposal 171, 5AAC 28.230, lawful gear for Prince William Sound area.
Move to adopt with the language found in RC 43.
Second, and ask unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board has before it proposal number 171 with substitute language found in RC 43. Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, this proposal would allow groundfish pot gear to be long-lined in Prince William Sound area groundfish fisheries where pot gear is a legal gear type. Currently, groundfish pot gear may not be long-lined in Prince William Sound Pacific cod fishery, although pot gear may be long-lined in the Prince William Sound sablefish fishery. If this proposal was adopted, it may result in increased use of pots to harvest groundfish in Prince William Sound, including some vessels that currently harvest groundfish with longline gear, switching to pot gear. If collapsible cylindrical slinky pots are used, this may result in reduced bycatch of some species relative to longline gear. Use of the slinky pots allows smaller vessels to fish relatively large numbers of groundfish pots when compared to traditional pot gear. And just to give some background information on Pacific cod fisheries, the parallel Pacific cod seasons are prosecuted in state waters in addition to state waters Pacific cod seasons. The parallel Pacific cod seasons for pot, jig, and longline open on January 1st and in coordination with the federal Central Gulf of Alaska seasons. Since 2012, there's been ample year-round opportunity for the pot and jig sectors to fish for Pacific cod in Prince William Sound. However, participation has been low enough that the harvest information is confidential for the vessels fishing with pot gear. Most fishers have chosen to use longline gear in this fishery. As provided in the management plan, any state waters season guideline harvest level remaining after September 1st may become available to all legal gear types. Traditional pot gear used to target Pacific cod are heavy converted crab pots that are fished single pot fashion with a buoy attached to each individual pot. Collapsible or slinky pots, which have become increasingly popular in groundfish fisheries, are too light to fish single pot fashion and must be long-lined to avoid gear loss. The use of collapsible pots was unforeseen when the prohibition on longlining Pacific cod pots in Prince William Sound was adopted. Generally, pot gear has been shown to have less bycatch, whereas longline and jigging have higher levels of bycatch. The department is neutral on the allocative aspects of this proposal, but generally supports longlining of groundfish pots in Prince William Sound. Longlining pots is lawful gear in Prince William Sound sablefish fishery, as I said earlier, and there are no conservation concerns extending this gear configuration to the Pacific cod fishery. If this proposal is adopted, it is likely the board will receive future proposals to allow longline pot gear for Pacific cod and other state waters Pacific cod fisheries, as Mr. Heimbeck kind of alluded to earlier. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen and Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for Ms. Rumble. How does the department perceive this as being allocative?
Through the chair, Mr. Jensen, it's allocative because currently it's the dominant gear type that's used in Prince William Sound is longline, and longline is has an allocation, and then the pot and jig gear have an allocation. The longline gear is a bigger allocation. So if this switches, then there will be proposals that will come forward to probably allow more of an allocation for the pot gear.
Follow-up, please. So currently, yeah, I know we're talking black cod right now, correct? Are we talking all bottom fish?
Through the chair, Mr. Jensen, we are talking about Pacific cod.
Okay.
We have a Prince William Sound sablefish fishery, and that is an IFQ fishery, and those are quotas for each of the different permits.
Okay.
But for the state waters fishery and also for the parallel fisheries, well, for state waters fisheries, we have an allocation of 85% of the GHL goes to longline because that's historically how they have been caught. And then 15% goes to a combination of jig and pot gear. So if this slinky pots becomes more popular, then I would expect that people will come forward to change that allocation. I would expect that some of the longliners will start to longline slinky pots, and it'll become more popular, and then they will want to, catch more of the guideline harvest level.
Okay, thanks for correcting me on that. I knew there were several different categories in the black cod fishery in Prince William Sound. I didn't attach us to the Pacific cod. I'll be voting in support of it for two reasons. It's a conservative way to fish for codfish. You're going to get less rockfish, and also it'll reduce depredation by whales. So I'll be supporting this, Madam Chair.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll also be supporting the language found in RC 43, and I'm going to do it for several reasons. One, I think that the precedent that's been set by this board in the past in regards to allowing the long lining of groundfish pots for black cod in Prince William Sound is very consistent with the language found in RC 43. Number two, pot fishing has been a very underutilized portion of the pea cod fishery in Prince William Sound, where, as Ms. Rumble stated, the GHL portion of the pot fishery is 15%, and I don't believe that portion has ever been harvested. So I think that this gives opportunities to fish pots effectively in Prince William Sound. But the biggest reason that I'm supporting this is the way that these smaller slinky pots fish and the effectiveness of them to reduce the overall bycatch of rockfish and other species that are in relationship is extremely positive in my eyes. And I think that going forward around the state, I think we're going to also see more proposals that deal with this, but I think it's an effective management tool to reduce bycatch. So for that, I'll be supporting it.
Thank you. Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Likewise, I'll be supportive of it, and I'm hoping that if in the future some new innovative method of harvest comes about that does exactly what Mr. Carpenter described, I'll be supportive of that as well. We should encourage such movement. So I'll be a yes vote.
Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll echo the comments made by my fellow board members. I also will be in support of it. Reducing bycatch at this time is a great thing. I appreciate the proposer for bringing this forward. I appreciate that the RC 43 aligns the state and federal marking requirements, and so I'll be in support of this.
Yeah, Member Mitchell, thank you for bringing up the marking requirements. We hadn't really touched on that too much. That RC 43 encapsulates. Jan, do you have any comments on that, please?
Madam Chair, I have some comments. So yes, RC 43 combines the two regulations for proposal 172 and 171. And that's just because the general regulation is the same. So in proposal 172, we will touch on some of the gear marking requirements, but the two proposals are separate. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to note that I didn't record any negative comments to this proposal, either one. And also in the index of on-time comments, there is no opposition to these proposals. I myself don't see allocative implications, but if there were such a thing, I can understand what Ms. Rumble's talking about because of the allocation that's already there. It's going to probably end up having to be changed in the near future because people are going to find out that slinky pots work really well, and it's a better way to catch fish presently. So the importance of each fishery to the economy of the state is there, both whether you're doing slinky pots or long lining them. Importance of fishery to the economy of the region, that's important to no matter which way you catch the fish. So with that, that's all I have on allocation. And if this proposal were to be adopted, I don't think it would require an additional cost for the private person to participate, nor the department to manage, and I'll call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Just a couple of comments with respect to sort of the marking aspect of this. At the work session back in October, when the board accepted this agenda change request, there was some discussion around how these regulations might more broadly apply at the statewide level. Recognizing that there was a time sensitivity associated with this particular fishery, I think it behooves us to move forward with this. But I do know that there will be discussion at the statewide meeting about statewide regulations for marking and escape mechanisms. I think the identified vehicle for that discussion and likely be proposal number 153. So I just wanted to make that clear on the record. Anything else? All right, the question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Rabung?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 171 as amended with the substitute language found in RC 43. Jensen.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Zaret. Yes from Zaret. Wood.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Madam Chair, motion carries, 7 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you. Proposal number 172.
Madam Chair, for the record, Proposal 172, 5AAC 28.230, lawful gear for Prince William Sound area.
Madam Chair, I move to take no action on 172 based on the action we took on the previous proposal.
Second, ask unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 172. All right, that concludes deliberations on Group 1, and we will take about a 15-minute break to switch back over to committee, and we will begin Committee of the Whole Group 2. All right, we're back on the record. The time is 10:28 a.m. and we will commence Committee of the Whole on Group 2. Group 2 deals with Dena'ina subsistence and sport fisheries. There are 12 proposals in this group, and I will turn it over to Chair Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we commence on Committee of the Whole, I'll go over some of the instructions and ground rules for Committee of the Whole process. During the Committee of the Whole process, the intent of the board is to deal with the merits of the proposals based on the general principles used by the board. The board does not deal in personalities, and we request that you are admonished from referring to anyone by name or addressing staff members or board members directly. We are focused on new information only. And so after I ask the department to read the proposal into the record, anyone who would like to speak to the proposal can come forward and raise their hand. I'll ask you to come to the mic. You can push the button to turn the mic on, state your name for the record, and provide new information. So we'll go ahead and begin with Committee of the Whole Group 2, Dena'ina subsistence and sport fisheries. The first two proposals are for Chattanooga Northern Pike subsistence. Will the department please read Proposal 63?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Shane Ransbury. I'm the Assistant Area Manager for Fall Season on the Yukon, which also manages this fishery. To my right is Christy Gleason. She is the Area Management Biologist. And to my left is Caroline Brown, the Research Director for Subsistence. Proposal 63 would establish an annual limit of 20 northern pike and reduce the bag and possession limits of fish greater than 30 inches in the Chattanooga Harvest Area subsistence fishery.
Thank you. Is the proposer of this proposal in the room? Would anyone like to provide new information for Proposal 63? Seeing none, will the department read Proposal 64 into the record?
Proposal 64 would modify the bag limit to require retention of the first 10 fish caught over 24 inches for northern pike in the Chattanooga Harvest Area subsistence fishery.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak to Proposal 64? Moving to Dena'ina drainage sport fisheries proposals, will the department read Proposal 65 into the record?
Good morning, Madam Chair. I am Andy Griska, Dena'ina Area Management Biologist for Sportfish. And to my left is Brandy Baker, the Assistant Area Manager. Proposal 65 would require retention of sport-caught salmon if removed from the water in the Dena'ina River area.
Thank you. Would anyone like to provide new information for Proposal 65? Seeing none, Proposal 66.
Proposal 66 would allow a catch and release fishery for northern pike in Harding Lake.
Would anyone like to provide information for Proposal 66? Seeing none, Proposal 67.
Proposal 67 would prohibit retention of northern pike caught on set lines in the Dena'ina River drainage.
Would anyone like to speak to Proposal 67? Sir, please come forward and state your name for the record.
My name is Gene Sando, and I'm representing Yukon Delta Fisheries Development Association. And it's not new information per se, but if you catch a fish on a set line or trot line, it's basically dead. Releasing dead fish, we believe, is a waste of the wild resource. And if there is an illegal way to set a set line or a trot line to target pike or any other non-targeted fish, I think it's a mistake to manage the resource by more restrictive regulations than enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It looks like Member Wood has a question for you.
Sorry. I want to confirm, you are also the author of PC 27, is that correct? Or your organization was, I should say.
Yes, that's true.
Okay, thank you.
Would anyone else like to provide new information for Proposal 67? Seeing none, Proposal 68.
Brandy Baker, Proposal 68. This proposal would repeal the set line prohibition and bag and possession limit for burbot and Tea Lake.
Would anyone like to provide information for Proposal 68? Seeing none, Proposal 69.
Madam Chair, Andy Griska. Proposal 69 would close the catch and release fishery for Arctic grayling in the lower Chena River from April 1st through May 15th.
Thank you. Would anyone in the room like to provide new information for Proposal 69? Seeing none, Proposal 70.
Proposal 70 would establish a bag and possession limit of 1 Arctic grayling with no size limit in the lower Chena River and its tributaries, including Badger Slough, downstream of Moose Creek Dam to the Dena'ina River mouth, between June 1st and March 31st. This would also repeal the 4 weekends, or the 8 days, as it were, of the youth-only fishery in June and July.
Thank you. Would anyone like to bring forward new information for Proposal 70? Please come forward and state your name for the record, sir.
Sorry. Good morning. My name is Stanislaus Shepard from Mountain Village, Lower Yukon. Pertaining to the grayling, back in the past when we started having decline on our salmon and in the spawning areas were number one concern, the issue was brought up. Everybody knows that pikefish was number one prey. And I myself have experience hooking for grayling using bait that would be 1 salmon egg. In the past, when we did subsistence, we would preserve the salmon eggs only for the purpose of ice fishing for grayling. And during our lengthy talking about predators, pikefish was named number one predator, and the second predator was grayling, and then third predator was whitefish. Now, why would we want to put limits on predators that, when in times of salmon conservation, we do all our part to let the salmon go up there, and then they hit the spawning grounds, lay their eggs. We're just saving the fish for the grayling to take a percentage out of the eggs. Thank you very much.
Board questions for Mr. Stanislaw? Would anyone else like to provide new information for Proposal 70? Seeing none, come forward.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Jim Simon, and I've lived in the greater Fairbanks area for much of the past 30 years. More than 20 years ago, I worked for Dena'ina Chiefs Conference in the Tribal Environmental Restoration Program, and we worked extensively with Fort Wainwright on addressing military impacts and environmental impacts on the Chena River. I understand, there are so many of our sport fishing areas in the Fairbanks area that are dealing with contamination, and some of those are going to be long-standing since some of the PFAS contaminants do not environmentally break down. There's some perceptions that these quote-unquote forever chemicals, will get diluted, as if dilution to pollution is the solution. And I think that that is a dangerous proposition here. Again, and this, I'm really getting into a different proposal, but the lower Chena River, I know how important it is for young people to be recruited into the fishing community. And I think it's been great that there's a catch and release fishery in the lower Chena for youth. But I'm hoping that the board will make inquiries to the department about whether or not there have been DEC or other food safety studies of Chena River fish, because I just recall more, again, this is more than 20 years ago. At that time when we were meeting with Fort Wainwright's Civil Engineering Service, it hadn't been that long that the Chena River up near the fort was actually on fire because of all the pollutants in it. And so I just want to make sure that you guys don't allow a harvest, that people are going to eat those fish if they're not safe to eat. So please make some inquiries about that. Thank you.
We have a question for you, Mr. Simon. Member Wood.
Jim, I'm going through all the discussion that took place thus far, and I see nothing concerning pollution. Where would I find reference to all these things you're describing?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I don't know that Department of Fish and Game staff might know, but maybe some of the area sportfish staff would know. I do know that the former an individual who used to work for Sportfish now works at DEC, and I think he addresses water quality issues. And I'm just have been out of environmental management for more than 20 years now. I do know that there is information available, but I can't quote it to you. Sorry, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. If anybody in staff has a reference, I'd be happy to hear about it.
Member Carlson Van Dort has a question for you, Mr.
Yeah,
Simon.
No, not necessarily to Mr. Simon, but I do remember a reference to PFAS in staff reports. Commissioner?
Yeah, so when we become aware of a contaminant in a water body, such as PFAS, we work with DEC, and we look at the water quality in the lake, and then in cases of several of the lakes up in the interior, we actually sampled fish to determine their contaminant load. Then we came to the board and asked to since we've already stocked those systems, to have opportunity on them and then post them with fish quality signs if in fact we find fish contaminant loads. The safety of people comes first, and we will not hesitate to close a water body if in fact we have contaminant loads that are above the DEC food consumption levels in fish areas, and not allow catch and release fishing that are basically going to cause health issues.
Member Wood.
So am I to assume by those comments, this particular water body, there is no such issue?
None that we are aware of at this point.
Thank you.
And DEC would tell us if there was an issue that we should be concerned about.
Thank you. Any additional comments for Proposal 70? Seeing none, Proposal 71.
Proposal 71, this proposal would remove the size limit for lake trout in Fielding Lake.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak to Proposal 71? Seeing none, Proposal 72.
Proposal 72, this proposal would allow for catch and release fishing in Bathing Beauty Pond, Bear Lake, Moose Lake, Polaris Lake, Pile Driver Slough, and Moose Creek.
Would anyone like to bring new information forward? Mr. Simon, please state your name for the record.
Thank you. For the record, Jim Simon. Yeah, the new information here is somewhat related to what I just provided. Again, more than 20 years ago, the Dena'ina Chiefs Conference Tribal Environmental Restoration Program worked with the Eielson Air Force Base and identified some of the contaminant concerns associated with firefighting materials. I'm very pleased that that this is now being investigated and these concerns are being addressed. It's unfortunate it's taken more than 20 years for for Dena'ina Chiefs Conference concerns about these contaminants to come into light. I fully support Proposal 72. It's my understanding that the department has had to issue emergency orders on an annual basis to protect human health from fishing. These are very popular fishing lakes, and it's unfortunate that they will, as I understand it, will no longer be stocked with fish. But it's a good decision to protect human health. So I urge you to support Proposal 72. Thank you.
Board questions for Mr. Simon? Thank you. Would anyone else like to bring new information forward for Proposal 72? Seeing none, Proposal 73.
Proposal 73, this proposal would update the list of stocked waters and regulation and add lake trout to stock species with modified bag and possession limits. The following water bodies would be added to the stocked waters and regulation: Horseshoe Lake, Parks 285 Pond, Pyrite, and Sansing Ponds, and Way Station number 1 and number 2. The following would be removed: Bathing Beauty Pond, Bear, Cathars, Polaris, and Moose Lakes, and Stees Highway 28.8 Mile Pit. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone like to bring new information forward for Proposal 73? Seeing none, Proposal 74.
Proposal 74. This proposal would update the Tanana River Area Stocked Waters Management Plan to include lake trout.
Thank you. Would anyone like to bring new information forward for Proposal 74? Seeing none, that concludes Committee of the Whole Group 2, Tanana Subsistence and Sport Fisheries. I will hand it back to Madam Carlson Van Dort.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Well done. You cruised through those pretty quickly. All right, next up is Committee of the Whole Group 3. Committee of the Whole Group 3 addresses Kotzebue and Norton Sound Commercial and Sport Fisheries. There are 4 proposals in this group, and I will turn it over to Chair Heimbuch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Building on the record for the 2 folks ahead of me about this being a time to come and bring forward information that we don't know. Is there anybody at this point that would like to bring new information on proposal number 75, Norton Sound Sport Fisheries?
Chair Heimbuch, will you please ask the department to read
Yes.
it into the record for
Excuse the
clarity?
oversight. Will the department please read that proposal in the record?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Brendan Scanlon. I'm the Northwest and North Slope Area Biologist for Division of Sportfish. Proposal 75, seasons and bag possession annual and size limits for the northwestern area. This proposal would remove the minimum length limit and reduce the bag and possession limit for Arctic grayling and northern Norton Sound drainages. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody that would like to bring forward some information we have not heard already on this proposal? Seeing none, would the department read proposal number 76 into the record?
Madam Chair, for the record, I am Kevin Clark, the Assistant Area Manager for the Arctic region. Seated next to me is Jim Menard, the Manager of the Arctic region. So, Proposal 76 allows permit holders to leave their set net fishing sites, and the department would only require them to return when taking fish from their gill nets. This proposal in the book is, the title is in error. It reads currently 5 AAC 4.320, and actually it should be 5 AAC 03.331, gillnet specifications and operations.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you. There are several recommendations that have been made by public safety, wildlife troop, it's for the board to clarify what they want to see done, and you'll find that in their comments, their written comments they submitted. And I've asked that language be drafted to carry out those alternatives should the board make the decision to go in that direction. So anyone that wishes to testify to this particular Proposal 76, I think should feel free to also address the troopers' concerns in that regard. Just want to throw that out there in case there's somebody that wants to expand their testimony.
Before we ask other people from the audience to come forward, is there any comments from the staff regarding what Commissioner Wood has said?
Mr. Wood, through the chair. Currently, there is an RC circulating for board members' considerations. I do not know the number of that at this point. So what that RC says exactly, I believe, let's go. Basically, the RC would change regulations so that the commercial user would have to be present during times of setting and retrieving the gear at the initial opening and close, and then again at the closure of the fishing period, and then be restricted to their residence in Kotzebue if they were not active at their fishing gear or at a riparian site or making deliveries.
One question for the staff, if I may. In my proposal booklet under 76, the enumeration, I think in my book, is as you stated, 5 AAC 03.331. Are we referencing the right enumeration of that for the regulations?
Through the chair, yeah, the regulation that will be included in the RC, the correct placement of that regulation.
Yeah. Thank you. And moving on to public comment, is there anybody that wishes to testify or bring new information on this? Please come forward, state your name.
Hello, my name's Charlie Lean. I'm a retired fishing game and OSM manager for that region. And yes, in the 90s, this issue came up and was handled in season at the time. The issue there is that since statehood, this fisheries allowed people to commute back and forth to their set net sites. Often the set net sites are changed from day to day, but they're on the estuary, and you can be several miles from town. In other words, you can't be in close proximity easily. But the periods used to go 36 hours, and so people would have to take a break. And anyway, at that time, it was determined not to be, as long as the same person set and picked the net and it wasn't interfered with by anyone else, it was acceptable. I wanted to throw that history out there.
Yeah. If I can follow with that, building on your extensive historical experience up there and your knowledge of probably how the tinning of a set net site has been a subject of discussion across the state. Have you had any discussions with law about whether or not this is going to run into a conflict with how we've treated set net tending in other parts of the state?
No, I have not. We always treated it as a site-specific issue. And although I've managed fisheries in Norton Sound and Kotzebue, that's not that different in either of those two locations. But it's not been it wasn't handled as a region-wide issue. It was considered on a site-by-site basis.
Yeah. So any members of the board have questions for Mr. Moline? Chairman Bendort.
Yeah, so, I'm just trying to figure this out here. So, I mean, obviously, there was citations that were occurring because people weren't tending their nets as were required per the regs, but that was a significant departure from sort of how this was traditionally done. Now, you just made reference to 36-hour periods. How is that employed? I guess I'm just trying to figure out how this has been prosecuted in the past. And then I would also like to go back and get better clarity on sort of what the content of the potential RC is, because I was lost. Thank you. My question is you spoke to 36-hour periods. When was that, and how is that deployed, and how is that different than how it's being managed currently?
I can't really speak to how it's managed currently, since I live in Nome and don't go there anymore. In the past, from 1981, when I became an assistant area manager, until 2000, when I ceased to be the area manager, we had roughly 15 periods a year in Kotzebue. Roughly the first half were 36 hours in duration, twice a week, and 48 hours twice a week in the second half of the season. And so that we fished on a set fishing schedule so that we could index the strength of the run in comparison. And only in years of extreme shortage did we depart from that schedule.
Thank you very much.
Now, if department could answer my second question, perhaps.
For the record, this is Jim Menard. What has happened is the buyers have requested much shorter periods, and the maximum period now has been like 14 hours, but there will be 8. But people will return to their residence. And in 2019, there were citations issued. People called the department. The department called the Department of Public Safety, who then pulled the citations and issued just warnings that people were not in close contact with their fishing sites. And this is the issue that we want to clean up.
Any further board questions for staff on this? If not, thank you very much. Can the department now read Proposal 77 into the record?
Proposal number 77, 5 AAC 04.362, guideline harvest range for Port Clarence districts. This converts guideline harvest range from Port Clarence into an OEG of 7,000 to 12,000 sockeye salmon for the salmon lake drainage. Madam Chair.
Before we ask for public comment, does the department have any additional comment to provide other than that reading?
Yeah. Currently, the regulations for this Port Clarence area is that there is a cap of 30,000 fish as a minimum, a threshold of 30,000 fish as a minimum before we can allow a commercial fishery to be persecuted, with a guideline harvest range of from 0 to 10,000 salmon. There is currently a subsistence permit that is required for the Port Clarence district, and an additional subsistence permit required for the Pilgrim River itself. Now, the Pilgrim River has a 25 per household limit for sockeye salmon that the department does have discretion to raise if escapement into the lake warrants. Now, there is also, by emergency order, the department can open Salmon Lake itself to subsistence fishing if the escapements allow. So the effects of what would happen if this proposal is adopted is that the lower end of the escapement goal would go from 6,800, which it is now, to 7,000. It really wouldn't change how the department manages the fishery and the subsistence fishery now. There has not been a buyer or buyer interest for that area since 2008. In 2007 and 2008, there were small commercial fisheries, but the harvest was limited. And any other questions?
Well, thank you, but if if I understand you correctly, this is of a primary benefit to subsistence needs up there.
The intent of the proposal, I think, is to benefit subsistence users, but the department really wouldn't change the way it raises its limits based on this proposal. The proposal is only lowering the upper end of the escapement goal, and that's not really how we manage for easing restrictions on subsistence, because what we do is we project Salmon River, the Pilgrim River escapement there at the weir, and then we add in any fish that we think are going to be caught above the weir, and that will give us an indication of what the escapement will be at the lake, and then we would adjust the household subsistence limit, either close fishing if we don't think we're going to be able to make our escapement goals, or liberalize the limit depending on what our projections are. So this raising the upper limit, lowering the upper limit really wouldn't change how we manage the fishery.
Thank you very much. Anybody in the audience want to add any new information to this? If so, come forward and state your name.
Thank you. Again, my name's Charlie Lean. I'm the author of that proposal. If you look at the proposal in the proposal book, you'll see that it references the 5 AAC number that speaks to the threshold at which the commercial fishery could be allowed, the 30,000 that was just referenced. So, point being that this wasn't just an escapement goal suggestion, this was a suggestion that be brought down parallel to the upper limit of the escapement goal, as it is today. That threshold is 30,000. The upper limit of the escapement goal today is 36,000. So, suggestion was trying to encourage a discussion with the department about a little different management. And so I think that was kind of missed, but the regulation is cited in the proposal, and that was the intent.
Any board questions for Mr. Lean? Mr. Wood.
Thank you. In your explanations, you also provide that it may allow some commercial fishing, something that apparently hadn't occurred since 2008. How confident are you that should this be adopted, there will be a commercial interest in doing that?
I think there will be years when there won't be a buyer. I think that you will absolutely not have a buyer if you don't give a preseason warning that the projection is intended or likely to exceed the upper limit of the escapement goal. And with the current upper limit of the escapement goal being, 5 times the lower goal, that, that's a very broad target, almost.
So basically what you're saying, any chance is better than no chance?
Yes.
Okay, that's valid. Thank you.
Further board questions?
Questions for staff, and that's like, my question is, in terms of assessing potential for commercial harvest, what are you using? What's the threshold that you're using?
Under current regulations, we do have the 30,000 cap, the threshold of 30,000 fish for a commercial fishery to be implemented. And as far as finding a commercial buyer for the region, the buyer in the region is Norton Sound Seafood Products, which is a subsidiary of NSCDC, the CDQ group. And that the 2 villages that are in Port Clarence, Teller and Breivik Mission, both have seats on that board. So if there was local interest for a commercial fishery to be executed in that area, I think that those local representatives to the board of NSCDC would push for it. So For us right now, with current regulations, we're basically looking at projecting, to have a commercial fishery, we have to project that we're going to meet their threshold of 30,000. And then if there's market interest, we would set periods based on that.
And so, just to follow up, the projection is a preseason projection or an in-season projection?
Madam Chair, right now, what we would look at, we'd use a combination of both, potentially. We would use a projection from the Pilgrim River Weir would be our main tool, because it's a project that's been run for a while, and we have a handle on the run timing of that run, so that we could use that to project. And we'd also use the preseason projection to an extent to make us feel better about whether that 30,000 was correct. But the preseason projection would have more to do with what we were going to do with subsistence fishing versus commercial fishing. Because the commercial fishing, since there is the cap of 30,000, that gives us time to assess the run through the Pilgrim River Weir. So, preseason, we would be looking at for subsistence fishing, we would be looking at the projection just for whether we were going to start out with the 25 limit, or if we were going to start with 50 if we thought we were going to have a really big run. But as far as commercial goes, we'd have a little bit of time with that 30,000 cap to assess the run.
Right, and if I'm not misunderstanding, it's highly possible that I am. I think what the proposer might be trying to get at is sort of balancing that timing a little bit better, and trying to push the timing for when there might be a consideration of commercial opportunity to as early as possible, because it's, at least that's what I'm guessing, and I don't want to put words in people's mouth.
Yes, Madam Chair, and if that is truly the intent of this proposal, then that 30,000 threshold escapement would need to be addressed by the board. And then the allocative concerns that would be associated with lowering that threshold.
Thank you.
Any further board questions? Anybody in the audience want to present any new testimony on Proposal 77? Seeing none, will the staff read Proposal 78 into the record?
Madam Chair. Proposal 78, 5 AAC 27.910, fishing seasons and periods for the Bering Sea. Wait a minute, this is the herring. This proposal would allow herring to be harvested and sold as bait during the same period that the Sacro herring season currently occurs in Norton Sound. Madam Chair.
Would you like to follow that reading with any further comments?
Okay. Yeah. Currently, herring may be taken between June 30th, which is the Sacro season, between May 15th and June 30th, which is the Sacro season, and during periods established by emergency order. Herring may also be taken from July 1 through July 15th for the food and bait system in Subdistrict 1, Nome, and from June 15th through November 15th for the rest of the Norton Sound area. The effect of the proposal would allow a commercial herring fishery for bait during the time that is traditionally been fished for Sacro. Since 2013, there's been no buyer in Norton Sound for Sacro herring. By regulation, the food and bait fishery can occur after June 14th in Subdistrict 1 and after June 30th elsewhere in Norton Sound. Because demand for the food and bait has dried up in the last few years, what the department has been doing is opening a small, limited bait fishery for use by local fishermen for bait and other fisheries like crab and halibut. So this proposal is mainly housekeeping in nature and aligns department's current practices with regulations. Madam Chair.
Any board questions for staff? Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just curious what the health of this stock is in the Norton Sound area.
Through the chair, Mr. Jensen. We haven't been doing any stock assessment work on it since 2016. Since the buyers pulled out in 2013, we haven't had any more sacro fishing due to budgetary constraints and just no fishery or time. We haven't done aerial surveys or biomass estimates since 2016. The stock itself, there's no current concerns over its health at this point. The small bait fishery that occurs now goes anywhere from, 5 to, I think, 85 tons or something like that. So, it's very small scale and is not, and we do not think that it actually is it's harmful to the overall population of herring in Norton Sound. Does that get at your question?
Yeah, thanks, Kevin.
Chairman.
Thanks. When do the herring typically start to show up?
Madam Chair, the herring generally start showing up right as the ice is coming out. So, it depends. If, we got an early ice out, we could get herring in as early as middle of May through July. It all depends really on what the ice is doing. So there's, it could be a broad range. It's basically whenever the three degree line in the Bering Sea shows up.
Other board questions for staff? Ms. Mitchell.
Not a question, we're in committee of the whole, and I see a member of the public has their hand raised.
Yeah, I'm getting them too. Anybody in the audience wish to testify on Proposal 78 at this time? Thank you. Come forward, state your name.
Hello, Charlie Lean again. I was once the herring manager. The last time I worked for NSCDC and on a part-time basis, and they hired me to fly herring surveys up until about 5 years ago. And there's a rule that says up to 20% of the biomass can be harvested. In the last survey I flew, we had a 10,000 metric ton allowable harvest. So it's a very healthy stock, rivaling Sitka or some of the large fisheries. And yeah, I see this as a good thing, allowing a fishery when there's a market. That's the problem. There's no sacro fishery now because of a lack of market. I think it could be really simplified, just saying fishing may occur in a range of dates, not specifying sacro versus food and bait. I think that would be an easy solution and make regulations much more simple. Thank you.
Charlie, if I can follow up that with just a biological question. The size up there in the Norton Sound, is it pretty reflective of the sizes down in Togiak these days?
Yes, it's very similar.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else in the audience wish to come forward on Proposal 78? Madam Chairman, seeing none, that brings Group 3 to its conclusions. I return the gavel to you.
Thank you, Mr. Heimbach. All right, the time is 11:11. I'd like to take a long lunch break to give some time to look through RCs to discuss any potential for substitute language before we begin deliberations. If there are amendments that members of the public would like to see or substitute language that's being worked on, please, please, please get with a board member so that we can make sure it's given the proper departmental, legal, and law enforcement review before we begin deliberations, okay? So you've been put on notice. All right, let's go ahead and reconvene at 1 p.m. to begin deliberations on Committee of the Whole Groups 2 and 3. Thank you. All right, everyone, thank you for your patience. We're back on the record. The time is 1:45, and we'll begin deliberations on Group 2 and Group 3, beginning with Dena'ina subsistence and sport fisheries, and starting with proposal number 63.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Shane Ransbury. I'm the Assistant Area Management Biologist for the fall season on the Yukon, which is who manages the subsistence fishery for pike in the Talavana. To my right is Christy Gleason. She is the Area Management Biologist for fall season. And to my left is Caroline Brown, who is the Research Director of Subsistence Division. Proposal 63, 5 AAC 01.244, the Minto Flats Northern Pike Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, I'm Christy Gleason, the Yukon Area Fall Season Manager. This proposal would establish an annual limit of 20 northern pike and reduce the bag and possession limits of fish greater than 30 inches in the Chattanooga harvest area, known as the CHA, subsistence fishery. Current regulations for the winter subsistence fishery in the CHA provisions include a household harvest permit and weekly reporting requirement, a bag limit of 10 pike, 2 of which may be 30 inches or greater in length, a possession limit of 20 northern pike, 4 of which may be 30 inches or greater in length, and a 1 mile closed area upstream of Goldstream Creek on the Chattanooga River. Gear restrictions for this fishery include hook and line attached to a rod or pole with single hooks only. And the rod and pole can only be used when you're ice fishing. Gill nets are not allowed from October 15th to April 15th. If the subsistence harvest in the CHA reaches 750 pike before ice out, there's a bag limit reduction to the summer sport fishing for northern pike from 5 fish to 2 fish. If the CHA reaches 1,500 fish, the subsistence fishery in the CHA closes until ice out. If adopted, subsistence fishers would be allowed to keep fewer northern pike over 30 inches and only 20 fish annually. I'll provide some relevant background information for this proposal, which is also similar to the background information that will be presented in Proposal 64. The CHA includes 15 river miles of the Chattanooga River between the confluence of Goldstream Creek and the boundary of the Fairbanks non-subsistence area. Most of the subsistence fishing occurs with jigging gear between January and April. Based on radio telemetry studies from the department, approximately 50% of all northern pike inhabiting Minto Flats area overwinter in the Chattanooga River, and it is the only known overwintering location of northern pike that spawn in summer in Minto lakes. The Minto Flats Northern Pike Management Plan manages stocks consistent with sustained yield principle, provide reasonable opportunity for subsistence fishery, and provide sport fishing opportunity. The plan contains annual thresholds with attendant regulatory actions to ensure the overall exploitation rates of northern pike within the lakes and flowing waters of Minto Flats does not exceed 20% by all users. Between 2008 and 2018, the abundance and size of northern pike in the Minto lakes increased significantly. Based on the most recent abundance estimate of 14,817 northern pike over 24 inches long in the CHA, the exploitation by all users has ranged 9% to 23% since 2018. Prior to 2018, of note, the department used Minto Lake's population estimates of northern pike 16 or over 16 inches to evaluate exploitation rates in previous years. The most recent regulatory change for the subsistence CHA fishery was adopted in the 2019 board cycle to establish a size limit to reduce the number of northern pike caught over 30 inches. Prior to this size limit, fish larger than 30 inches in the fishery made up 41% of the subsistence CHA harvest in 2019 when a study was conducted, and 90% of those fish over 30 inches were female. For permit holders who fish multiple times each season, the annual harvest per permit has decreased. In 2020 and 2021, on average, only 26% of the permits were fished on multiple days, and of those, the average harvest for these permits was 8 fish. In comparison, in 2007, prior to any bag or possession limits, 25% of the permits were fish on multiple days, and their average harvest, annual harvest for these permits was 96 fish. The department opposes this proposal. Under the current management plan, harvests have been sustainable. An annual limit is unnecessary because the permit holders only fish once per season, and the fishery is closed when the 1,500 harvest cap in the CHA subsistence fishery has been reached during the period from January 1 until spring ice out. Implementing an annual limit and reducing the bag and possession limit for fish 30 inches or greater in length would result in unnecessary restrictions to the subsistence fishery at the current northern pike abundance. The board adopted changes to the CHA fishery in 2016, 2017, and 2019 relative to closed areas during the wintertime and size limits of the 30-inch, and time is needed to evaluate these impacts. The board should consider whether adoption of this proposal provides a meaningful priority for subsistence fishing and a reasonable opportunity for success in taking northern pike for subsistence uses. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Is there any connection between in the predator-prey relationship between the pike there and the Chinook mortality that's important for us to pay attention to here?
Through the chair, to my knowledge, not very many Chinook salmon use minnow flats. I have talked to fishermen yesterday and today, and they said that there's some Chinook salmon and chum salmon that go up the Tolovana River drainage, and they have seen them further up the Tolovana River. There's some that go up the Chattanooga River, but Chinook salmon typically don't inhabit wetland habitat, and so I think that's why the pike are flourishing, whitefish flourish in this area, and we don't see very many salmon using this wetland complex.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll be voting no on this particular proposal. I don't see a reason, a conservation reason or any other reason to further narrow the ability to get the fish into the hands of the subsistence fishery. I only wish that we could take the pike that have decided to relocate down on the Susitna and send them up there somehow, but I don't know how. Maybe we'll get Mr. Rutz on contract and let him make a whirl at that. But nonetheless, I'll be a no vote on this, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And, based on management, the department continues to feel that 1,500 fish is an appropriate sort of conservation threshold for total harvest.
Madam Chair, was that a question for us?
It was a question, because, I'm reading in the current regs, that subsistence harvest in the CHA reaches 750 fish before ice out. The bag limit reduction to the summer sport fishery gets reduced from 5 to 2, and then if the CHA harvest reaches 1,500 fish, the subsistence fishery closes until ice out. So is the department comfortable and confident that 1,500 threshold is appropriate still?
Madam Chair, yes, we don't have any concerns with the 1,500 fish threshold for closing the subsistence fishery. I can note that in recent years, this fishery has seen more participation, and we track this through subsistence permits, and so we can see the effort go up, we can see the harvest go up, and I think the 1,500 is appropriate to manage this fishery.
No, thank you. And, I definitely was looking at that in table 63-1. You can see a marked increase in sort of the subsistence permits issued. And I'm assuming that that is in direct response to the lack of opportunity for subsistence salmon. So I think that that's demonstrating that people are using this for a protein source, which is really important. And I think that the current regulation appropriately captures the subsistence priority that's required by statute. And so I will not be voting to support this at this time. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll echo many of the comments just made by Member Carlson Van Dort. I agree that we heard from several public testifiers throughout this meeting that due to the declines in salmon stocks, subsistence users are having to rely on other species. And so I think it's appropriate to allow for that subsistence harvest and allow for it to increase at this time. I'll be voting in opposition to this proposal. And it seems that the plan already contains a threshold to manage any sort of exploitation rate, as well as there's been several changes that the board's adopted in recent years. And I agree with the department's stance that there should be some more time to evaluate those changes.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I concur with Ms. Mitchell and yourself on your assessment. I'll do a subsistence regulation review quickly here. Is a stock in a non-subsistence area only partially fewer than 5% of the northern pike stocks in the Middle Flats likely migrate through Fairbanks non-subsistence area. Is a stock customary and traditionally taken for subsistence? Yes. The board determined that freshwater fish species, including sheefish, whitefish, lamprey, burbot, and sucker, and Arctic grayling and northern pike and chars are associated with customary and traditional uses in the Yukon area. Can a portion of the stock be harvested consistent with sustained yield? Yes, I think that 1,500 cap probably, for this species here, probably keeps it in a safe zone. What is the amount reasonably necessary for subsistence use? Why not in regulation? In 1997, the board found that 133,000 to 2.85 million pounds of freshwater fishes was the amount reasonably necessary for subsistence uses in the Yukon area. And do the regulations provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence use? In this particular area, it sounds like it does. They have it pretty well managed, so the subsistence fishery will seem to keep operating based on the information we have before us. Is it necessary to reduce and eliminate other uses to provide opportunity for subsistence uses? And I don't think that's necessary to do it this time, Madam Chair. That's all I got.
Thanks. I was just also looking at table 63-1, and it looks like, the total average harvest by all users from 1993 to 2021 is only slightly higher than the average use from 2017 to 2021, but there's been a really marked shift in terms of those numbers, in terms of who is catching those fish. Like in the earlier years, it looks like heavy sport angler pressure or usage, I should say. And there's been a shift since 2011, and I think that, again, that just underscores the importance of the food source for the people, the subsistence users in that area. So get that on the record. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is an important proposal to enforce the idea of maintaining the subsistence nature of part of this this area. I think it's important. I think the exploitation rate that currently exists, I'm quite comfortable with, and I think the sustainability that the department has demonstrated in regards to this fishery seems to be reasonable. The one question that I did have was the board has adopted different changes as suggested in the department's comments in several years leading up to this meeting. And one of the things was it says that time is required to evaluate the impacts. And I'm just curious as to maybe being a little bit unfamiliar with how long does it take and what's the expectation in regards to evaluating what the impacts of those decisions would be?
Madam Chair, the department would just like the opportunity before further changes are made to do a abundance estimate and continue looking at with a harvest characteristics in the subsistence fishery. In the past, the department has done an abundance estimate about every 5 to 10 years. And in 2018 was our first time that we did an abundance estimate in the Chattanooga overwintering area. Prior to that, the abundance estimates were always taking place during the summer. And so after we implemented a change that got enacted of the 10 fish, 2 over 30 in 2020, we would just like another population estimate to be done on that overwintering population to see what our current harvest levels are doing and what the size composition of the fish is after enacting those few regulations.
Any other board discussion? Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this proposal were to be adopted, it's not expected to result in any additional direct cost for the private person to participate in the fishery, nor the department to manage. I'll call the question.
Thanks. I will just note there was a bit of a split on this proposal in the on-time public comments. There was some AC recommendation in Fairbanks to amend, and I just wanted to get that into the record. The question has been called, errors and omissions. Director Rabong?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 63. Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Wood.
No.
Zaret.
No.
Okay, motion fails, 0-7. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 64.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Shane Ransbury. Proposal 64, 5 AAC 01.244, Minto Flats Northern Pike Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, this is Christy Gleason. This proposal would modify the bag limit to require the retention of the first 10 fish caught over 24 inches long for northern pike in the Chattanooga harvest area known as the CHA subsistence fishery. Current regulations for the winter subsistence fishery and the CHA provisions include a household harvest permit, weekly reporting requirement, a bag limit of 10 pike, 2 of which may be 30 inches or greater in length, a possession limit of 20 northern pike, 4 of which may be 30 inches or greater in length, and a 1-mile closed area upstream of Goldstream Creek. On the Chattanooga River, gear restrictions include hook and line attached to a rod or pole with single hooks allowed only when ice fishing, and gill nets are not allowed from October 15th to April 15th. If the subsistence harvest in the CHA reaches 750 before ice out, the summer sport fishing bag limit is reduced from 5 to 2 northern pike. If the CHA reaches 1,500 northern pike, the subsistence fishery closes in the CHA until ice out. If adopted, participation would decrease from the fishers who catch and release northern pike greater than 24 inches. Eliminating the size restriction of fish 30 inches or greater, which are mostly female, may increase the subsistence harvest of larger fish. The background for this proposal includes the following and is shortened because it was expanded in Proposal 63. The CHA includes a 15-mile area of the Chattanooga River between the confluence of Goldstream Creek and the boundary of the Fairbanks non-subsistence area. Most subsistence fishing occurs with jigging gear between January and April. Between 2008 and 2018, the abundance and size of northern pike and Minto lakes has increased significantly. Based on the most recent abundance estimate of 14,817 northern pike over 24 inches long in the CHA, the exploitation by all users has ranged from 9% to 23% since 2018. The most recent regulatory change for the CHA was adopted in the 2019 board cycle to establish a size limit to reduce the number of northern pike caught over 30 inches. Prior to this size limit, the fish larger than 30 inches made up 41% of the subsistence CHA harvest in 2019 during a study, and 90% of these fish were female. And northern pike in the greater 24-inch to 30-inch size classes within the Minto Lakes population were more abundant in 2018 than found in previous studies dating back to 1997. Between 2018 and 2021, subsistence fishers released about half, 54%, of the fish they caught in the ice while ice fishing in the CHA. Mortality after release is assumed to be very low due to the healthier body condition of northern pike in the winter compared to any other time of year, based on a couple studies. The department opposes this proposal. Under the current management plan, harvests have been sustainable. The board adopted changes to the CHA subsistence fishery in 2016, 2017, and 2019 relative to the closed areas during the wintertime and the size limits of 30-inch fish, and time is needed to evaluate the impacts. Based on the information provided, there have not been any studies since the last regulatory change in 2019. Lifting the size restriction of fish 30 inches or greater in length may result in higher harvest rates of female northern pike. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Wood?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First of all, just a comment. It's not helpful to me as a board member for staff to simply read verbatim what they've already provided in staff comments. So if there's something additional that has come forward since those staff comments were prepared and distributed, I'd be interested in hearing that. But I've already read it and don't need to listen to it read back. But as far as this particular proposal, I'll be a no vote. And part of it's relying upon the argument used in PC 6 by a gentleman that pointed out that his preference is for the smaller pike, and that this would end up in prohibiting him from releasing the larger female fish, which is what's going to bring in the pike population back up to where they want it. So I don't see the justification for it, and will be a no vote.
Mr. Pappas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. New information I could have brought up earlier. This comes up once in a while, mandatory retention of fish. We do have one regulation in the federal books for Southeast. If you have a fishery that allows rod and reel for federal subsistence, if you use bait, you must retain every regulated species. So some folks think that was created years ago for folks that were maybe catching and releasing steelhead with bait when they possibly shouldn't be, but that is a regulation in Southeast. So if you end up with an 8-inch fish, that's part of your bag limit. If it's a seasonal limit, that might be your only fish for the season. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other board comments? I will not be supporting this proposal either. I'm going to reference my comments on the previous proposal. Ms. Mitchell and then Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will not be supporting this proposal either, and largely for the comments that I made in the last proposal related to the recent changes that were made in 2016, 2017, and 2019, and giving those some time to have further evaluation on what those changes did.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. To reference my comments on the subsistence regulations review on the past number 63 proposal, and I will not be in support of this. If this proposal were to be adopted, I don't think it would require an additional direct cost for the private person to participate in this fishery, Madam Chair.
Any other additional board discussion?
Question.
Question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Raybon.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 64. Zaray.
No.
Wood.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 65.
Good afternoon. My name is Klaus Woodig, Department Sportfish Management Coordinator. Proposal 65, 5AAC, 74010, season bag possession and size limits and methods and means for the Tanana River area. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt with the language found in RC 48.
Second, and that's unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, we have Proposal 65 in front of us with the substitute language found in RC 48. Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, Proposal 65. Oh, excuse me, Andy Griska, Tanana Area Management Biologist. This proposal would require retention of sport-caught salmon if removed from the water in the Tanana River. Currently, in the Tanana River area, there are no regulations that prohibit removing salmon from the water that are intended to be released. If adopted, this would change angling habits in ways that are difficult to anticipate. Anglers may choose to harvest fish that would have otherwise been photographed and released for the sake of obtaining a photo. For many anglers, the trophy is the photo, and this may increase retention in situations that would have otherwise resulted in a catch and release event. This may also reduce catch and release mortality by an unknown but likely minimal amount and may increase harvest by an unknown amount. This would increase regulatory complexity. The Tanana River drainage supports runs of kings, chum, and coho salmon. Salmon are conservatively managed within the Yukon and Tanana River drainages. Where recent runs of kings, chums, and cohos have been poor, salmon sport fisheries have been restricted or closed by emergency order when run sizes have been inadequate to meet escapement goals. Based on the statewide harvest survey and the freshwater sport fish guide logbook, catch and harvest of salmon within the Tanana River area have been relatively low in recent years. Past catch and release mortality studies conducted by the department on king salmon in Kenai and Nushagak rivers and coho salmon in the Unalakleet River have illustrated low mortality rates for salmon caught and released with typical sport fishing gear, with the additional stress of using radiotelemetry techniques to tag and track handled fish. Catch and release mortality is dependent upon factors such as water temperature, gear type, hook placement, landing times, and fish size, many of which impact mortality more than air exposure. The department actively promotes proper catch and release techniques using various media, including brochures, web-based content, and social media. This outreach promotes the use of single barbless hooks, landing the fish as quickly as possible, and limiting handling time and air exposure. The department opposes this proposal. This would increase regulatory complexity and unnecessarily impact sport fishing opportunity in the absence of a measurable biological benefit. The department encourages anglers to use best practices when handling and releasing all sport-caught fish. Madam Chair.
Thank you. So let me speak to the language in RC 48 a little bit. So the language in RC 48 would prohibit in all waters of the Tanana king salmon from being removed from the water. So that would deal with that, the retention issues. Does the department have an opinion on that specifically, or the language in RC 48?
Madam Chair, I'd like to defer to Tom Tabe, please.
Director Tabe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That language in RC 48 is consistent with other language in other areas of the region, for example, in the Copper River and also in other regions such as the Kenai and Cook Inlet area. So if the board chooses to go to provide that additional protection for king salmon, we would support that as we go in other areas. We continue to try to educate the public on the best ways to handle fish, and particularly if they're going to release fish. But we wouldn't have any problem with this being adopted.
Thank you. And, I offered it because these fish are already incredibly stressed at this point in their life cycle. I don't see any real purpose aside from a photograph for retaining these fish. And to me, that just, is not, doesn't reach a real, a threshold for meaningful consideration in that respect. Like I said, they're already stressed. I don't see any real purpose from removing from the water. And I also agree that the language that had initially been offered in 65 left some opportunity for some gamesmanship potentially that I don't think would be good for the fish. And these are obviously of conservation concern. And I want to give these fish every opportunity in the event that they are caught to try and, give them the best survivability possibilities. So that was the reason that I offered this language. And the other reason was because I noted that the Alaska Wildlife Troopers had some concern with the previous language with respect to enforceability. And given the language in RC 48, I don't know if that concern is maintained. And would ask Captain Frenzel to speak to that, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Aaron Frenzel. We did have some concerns with it just due to a person pulls a fish out, measures it, it's 19 inches, and now he's forced to keep it because it's been removed. With that, as Director Tauby said, this has been in other areas of the state and it's working, so I don't have as much concern with it. It still comes down to best practices of the sportsmen, the fishermen, so that those measurements should occur in the water if it's in a net and then released before not removed from the water. So I'll take my concerns back and what I wrote in our comments. Thank you.
So it has the clarity that you need for reasonable enforceability.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Wood.
Oh, boy. This was an example of a situation where people say we come into this with our minds made up, and I was initially a yes vote. Then I read wildlife comments, and I changed to a no vote. Now I'm listening to the good captain, and it seems like under his example, the fisherman that caught that 19-inch fish is either going to be cited for holding on to it or for throwing it back. So we got him in a position where state troopers should be able to have enforceable citations. Won't have much trouble in court one way or the other. But I'll switch back to a yes vote now that the captain's made it clear on the record that not that concerned about enforceability.
Any other board discussion? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to reference some of the index of public comments for this proposal. There was a general support for this. I think that my support for RC 48, I will be in support of this language. I think generally speaking, some of the other areas around the state where similar language has been adopted over the course of the last 10 or so years has had some impact in the positive direction, and so I don't see any reason why this won't do the same. So,
Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. I typically would not support a proposal like this, but Member Carlson Van Dort brings up a good point that these fish in particular are extremely stressed, and reducing any sort of impact that we can have further on the species right now is important. I will support this, but I also believe that this is an education and a best practice thing, and that informing people when you fish and teaching people how to fish and release fish in the proper way without trying to cause harm in the fish can typically be done without a regulation.
I've seen some amazing photos taken in the water. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too will be supporting this proposal or this amended language. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in the additional direct costs for the private person to participate nor the department to manage the fishery, and I'll call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Tauby.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 65 as amended with the substitute language found in RC 48. Wood.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Zaray.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Carpenter.
yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 66.
Clauswig Department, Proposal 66, 5 AAC 74010, seasons, bag possession, size limits, and methods and means for the Dena'ina River area. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, Andy Griska, Department. Proposal 66 would allow a catch and release fishery for northern pike in Harding Lake. Currently, in Harding Lake, the sport fishery for northern pike is closed. If adopted, this would provide a catch and release sport fishing opportunity for northern pike in Harding Lake. A small level, less than 5% of hooking mortality would be incurred on a rebuilding northern pike population. This may delay the recovery of the northern pike population to historical levels. Harding Lake is a popular recreational fishery, about 40 minutes from Fairbanks. It has a public boat launch and many cabins around the lake. There are lake trout and Arctic char on the lake. Historically, Harding Lake has provided the only major roadside sport fishery for northern pike in the AYK region. And although variable, estimated northern pike catch was generally high from the early 80s to 1998. In 2000, the northern pike fishery in Harding Lake was closed due to a large decline in the population size. This decline was partly attributed to harvest, but mainly due to dropping water levels and drying of the littoral areas where the spawning and rearing habitat was located. In 2007, a water diversion project was constructed with the goal of raising the water level and maintaining an average water elevation of 717 feet to help restore the spawning and rearing habitat. Since 2014, increased annual precipitation has helped raise the water level, and the northern pike population has begun to recover. During 2020, the abundance had increased to 704 fish, greater than 18 inches, and in 2022, the abundance was 927 fish. During both of these assessments, recruitment was observed because 21% of all catches were comprised of smaller fish, 12 to 18 inches, which was nearly a tenfold increase compared to 2012 population estimate. The department at this time opposes this proposal. The department prefers to see the Harding Lake northern pike population recover prior to opening the fishery to catch and release or harvest. Although the lake water level in Harding Lake has risen, and there is an apparent increase in recruitment of northern pike, the recovery of the northern pike population is still ongoing. Any additional fishing mortality due to catch and release fishing may impair recovery of that population at this time. Madam Chair?
Thank you. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to applaud whoever came up with the idea to try and raise the water level in this lake, be it the state, Army Corps of Engineers. It's a very important thing. Star Wars. It's a very important thing to maintain habitat, and I think that raising the lake levels back to their normal levels will ultimately have a big impact on this population. I guess my question is, does the department have any idea, because obviously we want to try and allow some sort of harvest at some point in time, how long the department feels that the recovery time is going to take to where we could allow some sort of harvest or catch and release opportunity?
Madam Chair, Andy Griska. We will continue to monitor the abundance for the next several years. We have a tagging program that allows us to estimate the population in year to year. And there's a management plan from 20 years ago that established a minimum of 1,000 fish for catch and release. We realize that a lot of this is, the population is mostly related to the amount of spawning and rearing habitat now that the water level has come up. And since we're seeing the increase in the population and the recruitment, by monitoring it the next several years, we feel like we're going to exceed 1,000 fish and have a healthy population. Madam Chair.
Thank you. So, so this is something that you're actively monitoring on an annual basis. This isn't like, we assessed it 10 years ago and we think it might be on its track. And then you do have that threshold for 1,000, but what does that threshold mean? Does that mean that there's harvest opportunity or catch and release opportunity? What does that threshold entail?
So with that particular management plan, there was a threshold for catch and release, a threshold to allow harvest. We'd really like to get it up to the harvest level threshold. And that would allow for any catch and release mortality to maintain the recovery of the population. With the abundance estimate that we're producing, it's just a simple tagging each year of fish, and over time we'll also be able to develop a mortality rate on that particular population. So it's a very close monitoring. Madam Chair.
Thank you. And what is that catch and release threshold?
The catch and release in that management plan was 1,000. I believe the harvest was about 1,700. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Other board discussion, Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a quick question when I was reviewing a public comment. It mentioned, I guess, catch and release harvest mortality, or catch and release mortality rates and harvest mortality rates based on, whether or not hooks are baited or unbaited, and whether or not they're single barb or treble hooks. And can we just go into the detail of the gear that's being used in this fishery?
Madam Chair, single hook is only allowed in Harding Lake.
Thank you.
Any other board discussion? Well, I'm kind of struggling on this one a little bit. I think that I appreciate the proposer's desire to have some recreational opportunity in this. I also am hearing the department loud and clear and understand their desire to make sure that they have, a certain degree of comfort with the health of the population, given the pretty dramatic declines that this seems to have experienced, this population, for, geography, I guess, really. So I'm leaning towards opposing this for that reason. But, if we're approaching the catch and release threshold or have been hovering around it, I think it's very reasonable for folks to look forward to that opportunity recreationally, in hopes that, any catch and release opportunity wouldn't too dramatically affect attaining that ultimate goal of harvest opportunity at the 1,700 threshold. So I'd be interested to hear if there's any other member comments on this, but I'm leaning towards opposing, but I think it's a reasonable approach. And if you weren't monitoring it as closely as you are, I'd probably be more inclined to support it, actually. But, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would echo your comments. I think that looking at how close we are to the catch and release threshold, I think the public is probably looking forward to something in the very near future. I understand the department's concerns too, that trying to get to the harvestable level of 1,700 fish in this population, to allow that to take place is one thing. So my suggestion is that it's quite apparent that we're going to get to that 1,000 fish threshold pretty soon. If the department doesn't feel that, if the department feels that they want to wait until we get to that 7, then they should probably look at adjusting the management plan so there isn't a catch and release threshold, because I think the general public probably looks at that and goes, that's an expectation that we're looking at. So as of right now, I'm not going to support this proposal, but I will look at this in the future.
Is there any other mechanism for the department to provide some catch and release opportunity on this below that 1,700 threshold under existing reg?
Madam Chair, we intend to also, thank you for the, as far as the management plan, we intend to rewrite the management plan, because I think we need to take into account the water level. It's really critical to watch the water level. If we go back into a drought period and the water starts decreasing, we just want to make sure that the management plan reflects that better.
Yeah, I guess what I'm getting at is that we have some EO authority in other fisheries and things like that, and I don't know if that EO authority would extend to sport fishing or this one specifically, so that, if you are getting some good numbers, for example, this year, you might be able to have some limited opportunity. I don't know. I'm looking over to this side of the table. Mr. Tobey or Mr. Commissioner?
Well, I struggled with this one too when I read the staff comments. I kind of support allowing fisheries to occur while they're rebuilding, especially catch and release fisheries. But I was swayed by the argument that this is we are creating habitat that we really don't know how that habitat is stabilizing in terms of the pike population, and waiting a little bit longer until we have that understanding, because the water level rose here is worth waiting, so that we don't end up taking fish and then end up back into a longer term decline. So I struggled equally with the same issue that you're having.
Mr. Heimbach?
Just a quick question. I don't know the geography there. Is Harding Lake landlocked? And if not, what are the drainage that's into or out of it?
Madam Chair, yes, the lake is landlocked. It has one small stream that enters it, but it's a very small basin. And yes, that's correct, Madam Chair.
Ms. Mitchell?
Thank you. Yeah, this is a difficult proposal. What I'm hearing is that the department would also like to provide catch and release opportunity. They just don't feel like they are there quite yet. But it is hopefully something that's going to come in the future with a little bit more information and a little bit more time. And so I think I'm going to be in opposition to this proposal for now in hopes that the department can work with that plan and how the water level is going to affect this area and potentially provide some opportunity in the near future.
Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, going to be in opposition of this proposal. It's like everyone said, it's kind of a tough one, but I'd like to see if the water is going to stay there and support the population and sort of use a precautionary principle here. And the department's watching it very close, and I think they're got a good handle on it, so I will be in opposition. And if this proposal were to be adopted, I don't believe it would require any additional cost for a private person to participate. And I'll call the question, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Tavai?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 66. Carpenter.
No.
Zareh.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Reluctant, no.
Jensen.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Wood.
Yes.
Motion fails. 3 in favor, 4 against, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 67.
Klaus Hoig, Department, Proposal 67, 5AAC 74030, Method, Means, and General Provisions. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments.
Madam Chair, Andy Kriska, Department. Proposal 67 would prohibit retention of northern pike caught on set lines in the Dena'ina River drainage. Currently, set lines are currently not legal gear for the taking of northern pike. If adopted, there would be no effect because retention of northern pike on set lines is already prohibited in regulation. In the Dena'ina River drainage, retention of northern pike caught on set lines has not been allowed since 1988. Set lines, which are unattended, are only allowed for the taking of burbot under statewide regulations 5 AAC 75.033, not for any other species. The department recommends no action. The current regulations already prohibit retention of northern pike caught on set lines. To reduce public confusion, the department will provide better clarity in future versions of the regulatory summaries and other media content. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Wood?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope after the discussion takes place, that the motion that is made would be for no action based upon not only the recommendation of the staff, but that is echoed exactly by wildlife troopers as well. And, I would just think it would be easier to take no action.
Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to take no action on proposal number 67 because it's already in the regulation book and not necessary to deal with here.
Thank you, Madam. Obviously, no discussion necessary. Second.
So I have a second with unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 67. Proposal number 68.
Proposal 68, 5AAC 74010, Seasons, Bag, Possession, Size Limits, and Methods and Means for the Dena'ina River area. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments.
Brandy Baker, Dena'ina Area Assistant Management Biologist. This proposal would repeal the set line prohibition and bag and possession limit for burbot in T Lake. Currently, in T Lake, the bag and possession limit for burbot is 2 fish, no size limit, and the use of set lines is prohibited. If adopted, this proposal would increase harvest potential of burbot in T Lake and increase incidental fishing mortality of northern pike caught on set lines, which may not be retained. Tea Lake is a small 425-acre remote lake located approximately 9 miles northeast of the community of Dot Lake. It is accessible only by float plane and is outside the Fairbanks non-subsistence area. The lake supports small northern pike and burbot populations. In 1988, set lines were prohibited and the bag and possession limit for burbot was reduced to 2 fish based on stock assessments and sustainability concerns. The abundance of burbot greater than 18 inches in the Tea Lake was estimated 4 times from 1987 to 1990, and estimates range between 69 and 134 fish. At the same time, the northern pike population was assessed, and estimates ranged from 271 to 516 fish greater than or equal to 18 inches. There have not been assessments since. It is unknown how much fishing pressure or effort in harvest occurs in Tea Lake due to poor response rates from the statewide harvest survey, but both are assumed to be low. During 1977 to 1999, only a single record exists of burbot being harvested, and there have been no responses since 2000. The department opposes this proposal. Tea Lake has a small population of burbot that could be easily overexploited with even the small level of fishing effort if set lines were allowed and the bag and possession limit were increased. Incidental fishing mortality of northern pike caught would also increase because they may not be retained on set lines. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be voting in opposition to this. It's a very, very small population. It could be easily wiped out. It sounds like the people, either nobody's using it or nobody's filling out their statewide harvest survey. If there's only one record since 20-some years, I think the department's spot on. I'm going to be in opposition to this proposal, Madam Chair.
Mr. Carpenter and Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too will be opposed to this. I think one of the things that's concerning to me is that, 40 years ago, there were no bag possession limits, length limits, and set lines were allowed, and these regulations have been changed to repeal that idea that when you look at the number of fish that are estimated to be in this small lake, with the expectation it's still mostly accessible only by airplanes. I think the statewide harvest information, it isn't really being provided by the public, doesn't help, and so I would hope to see that information for people that do fish in this area would be provided to the department so that they can continue to have their harvest information, which is very important to the board making decisions like this. And so for those reasons, I'll be opposed.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think PC 27 sets forth probably the reasons why you're seeing fewer people out there fishing. Like Member Carpenter just pointed out, it's accessible only currently to float planes. And even the trails going in apparently have trees down across them, et cetera, from the fires. So access in is very difficult at best. I, like my predecessors on the board, will not be supporting the proposal 68.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I guess for me, the indicators aren't there to justify moving to allowing set lines. I mean, you have the opportunity with a limited bag in possession. You're not getting any feedback on whether or not it's being used. So it makes it hard for me to make the leap to allowing set lines. I will note that there were several handful of ACs, I should say, that were in support of this. But I'm struggling to make that leap. So I don't think I will be supporting this. Additional board discussion. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this proposal were to be adopted, I don't think it would result in any additional direct costs for the private person to participate in this fishery or approval or cost for the department to manage. Madam Chair, I call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Tobby.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on proposal 68. Jensen.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Zure.
No.
Wood.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 69.
Proposal 69, 5 AAC 74010, seasons, bag possession, and size limits and methods and means for the Tana River area. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, Andy Griska, Department. Proposal 69 would close the catch and release fishery for Arctic grayling in the lower Chena River downstream of Moose Creek Dam from April 1st through May 15th. Currently, Arctic grayling may be taken by catch and release fishing only, except that a person under 16 years of age may retain Arctic grayling in the Chena River downstream from the dam on designated youth sport fishery. The youth fishery allows a bag and possession limit of 1 fish during 4 weekend periods each summer downstream of the dam. The Chena River and its tributaries, including Badger Slough, have been catch and release for Arctic grayling since 1992. The drainage is within the Fairbanks non-subsistence area. During the late 70s and early 80s, annual harvest of Arctic grayling in the Chena River averaged 30,000 fish and had reduced the abundance of Arctic grayling and shifted the size composition to smaller fish. Harvest restrictions were initiated in 1983 when bag limits were reduced from 10 to 5 fish. By 1992, only catch and release fishing was allowed for Arctic grayling. And this regulation has remained in effect other than the special youth fishery, which began in 2019. The Arctic grayling fishery in the upper Chena River, which flows through the Chena River Recreation Area, has multiple access points for floating and motorized boating and good catch rates of adult-sized Arctic grayling that are larger than 12 inches. Downstream of the Moose Creek Dam, where spawning for Arctic grayling occurs in spring, much of the lower Chena River flows through developed areas, including the city of Fairbanks. Badger Slough and the Chena River, where it flows through Fairbanks, become ice-free earlier than upstream areas of the Chena River. Anglers seek this first open water of the year to catch Arctic grayling after a breakup, as breakup occurs, then fishing can be challenged in the Chena River as it gets turbid. Based on statewide harvest survey, fishing effort in the Chena River has decreased substantially since the 1980s and 1990s. Historically, the abundance of Arctic grayling was assessed during the midsummer in the Chena River within a 93-mile index area. In 2021, the timing was changed to sample in spring after ice out to provide a more direct assessment of the spawning population, which was in 2021, 24,896 fish, adult Arctic grayling that were larger than 12 inches. An estimated 15,600 were in the lower 46 miles downstream of the dam during this same period. A radial telemetry study in 2022 demonstrated that approximately 71% of radio-tagged Arctic grayling spawning downstream of Moose Creek Dam, including fish and Badger Slough, migrated out of the area by June 2nd and nearly 98% by mid-July. These fish migrated upstream of the Moose Creek Dam to summer in the main stem Chena River or tributary reaches away from the road system. In the lower Chena and Goodpaster rivers, studies have shown that Arctic grayling are mostly, by a large margin, greater than 80%, composed of juvenile Arctic grayling that are age 0 to age 5, which have higher levels of natural recruitment and higher natural mortality compared to older mature fish. The lower river areas are more productive rearing habitat for juvenile Arctic grayling because of the warmer water and smaller prey items compared to the cooler upper river areas where adult grayling reside during summer. The department opposes this proposal. The fishery is sustainable because abundance estimates of Arctic grayling in the Chena River indicate an increasing spawning population, and fishing effort and catches have decreased over the last 30 years. The main stem Chena River is high and turbid after breakup, which greatly limits catch rates, but Badger Slough is a spring-fed and remains clear. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I read the proposal written by the proposer, and he speaks a lot about seeing kind of illegal activity happening in this area, poor landing and release techniques, as well as the use of treble hooks in this catch and release only fishery. And I see that as being kind of more of an enforcement issue, which we tend to see across the state in Fish and Wildlife. However, I don't necessarily feel compelled to pass regulation for enforcement issues. And it seems that with the department being opposed to the proposal and feeling that the abundance estimates of the Arctic grayling in this area are good, I'm going to be in opposition to this proposal.
Other board discussion? Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is a management plan in the big book, 5AAC 74055, the Dena'ina River Wild Arctic Grayling Management Plan. It's pretty comprehensive. It directs us and the department how to manage these fisheries in a sustainable manner. I'm just going to read a couple points out of it. It's pretty long. It'd take quite a while to read the whole thing. So by employing a conservative harvest regime, the department shall manage wild Arctic grayling population in the Dena'ina River area for long-term sustained yield. Following sustained yield principles, the department may manage wild Arctic grayling fisheries to provide or maintain fishery qualities that are desired by sport anglers. And that's the main guideline for the whole thing. There's the management actions that can be applied are reduce the bag and possession limits, reduce fishing time, allowing only catch and release fishing, modify methods and means of harvest, and then to achieve sustained yield, provide diverse fishing opportunities. The department will manage Arctic grayling fisheries under one of three management approaches. These three management approaches are regional management approach, conservative management approach, and special management approaches. And it goes on to list several different stages you're supposed to follow when you're applying these different management approaches. And if you apply this to the proposal we have before us, I concur with the department. I will be in opposition to this proposal, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. All right, Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just one quick comment. I heard pretty compelling testimony early today that I don't know if is substantiated by science that has to do with the predator relationship of grayling on king salmon eggs. And I am interested in that for the future because I think even though this could be an important sport fishing deal, that it is time for us to seriously address all aspects of things that are impinging on the survivability of Chinook. And I hope to hear more from the department about that pike or grayling predator-prey relationship.
Thank you. I don't see any other board discussion. Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in the additional direct cost for the private person to participate in this fishery. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in the additional direct cost for the department to manage, and I'll call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Taube?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 69. Heimbach.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Wood.
No.
Zareh.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Carlson Van Dorp.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 70.
Madam Chair, Andy Griska. Proposal 70, 5 AAC 74.010, seasons, bag, possession, and size limits and methods and means of the Dena'ina River area.
Madam Chair, move to adopt with the language found in RC 47.
Second, as unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, we have proposal number 70 before us with the substitute language found in RC 47. Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, Andy Griska, Department. Proposal 70 would establish a bag and possession limit of 1 Arctic grayling with no size limit in the lower Chena River and its tributaries, including Badger Slough, downstream of the Moose Creek Dam to the Dena'ina River between June 1st and March 31st. This would also repeal the 4 weekends, 8 days, of the youth-only fishery in June and July. Currently, Arctic grayling may be taken by catch and release fishing only. The youth fishery is for youth 16 years of age, or younger than 16 years of age, excuse me. And they may retain an Arctic grayling in the Chena River downstream from the dam down to the mouth of the Chena River during the designated 4 weekends. If this proposal is adopted, the harvest of Arctic grayling downstream of Moose Creek Dam would increase, and anglers of all ages would have the opportunity to harvest an Arctic grayling in the Chena River. Opportunity for youth to fish free of competition from anglers 16 years or older would be lost when the youth fishery regulations are repealed. For the background, I would like to reference the comments from the previous proposal relative to the background information. Department comments, the department supports this proposal with modification. The department supports maintaining youth-only fishing opportunity by providing youth-only fishery weekends at the same time or some lesser level than what is currently established in regulation. Allowing a one fish bag limit during summer in the lower river is likely sustainable because the spring spawning population of Arctic grayling in the Chena River drainage remain protected in the upper sections during the summer. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Wood. Okay, just checking. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the substitute language. While I think that there's opportunity to provide for harvest opportunity, I also think it's important to support the youth fisheries around the state. This fishery isn't that old, so I'm not sure that we've had a lot of feedback on how much participation there is, but I think that this board has demonstrated most recently at the Bristol Bay meeting that we support the idea of getting the youth of Alaska and providing them opportunity. And so I think the language that's found in this proposal not only provides opportunity to everybody, but it also continues to support the youth through the development of the language in RC 47.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I will be in support of the language on this one. I can't take away a youth fishery, especially one, like Mr. Carpenter mentioned, hasn't been in effect for a very long time. They need all the opportunity they can to get away from their computer screens and video games. I will reference my comments on this one, 5AAC 74055. I believe that this proposal is consistent with the language found within in that management plan. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Quick question. We heard a little bit of discussion about contaminants in these waters and the ADEC monitoring that. I think the reference was specifically made to PFAS chemicals. In what way or how frequently is ADEC monitoring that? Is PFAS a chemical that bioaccumulates, or is?
Everybody's looking at me, so maybe I'll take a shot at this.
Yes.
DEC looks at water quality across the state on a routine basis. So if they had indications that there was PFAS in the Chena River, they would let us know, at which point we would then look at whether or not that's bioaccumulating in fish and then make our decisions based on that. So right now, I don't think we have any evidence to indicate, and I'll look to the regional staff to indicate that we have PFAS issues in the Chena River in the area of the fishery.
Yeah, Klaus Wittig. So there is testing that does occur around the Fairbanks area. It's an issue and people are aware of it. And university students even go out and test fish. And as that information comes to bear, we certainly bring it to the proper attention. And if there's any kind of threat to human health, the department's going to act in a conservative manner, in abundance of caution. And so we are monitoring it. It's not the department's responsibility to test or to issue health consumption advisories, but we are in good communication with those agencies if we do see anything come along, Madam Chair.
Thanks, and I was going to ask the question on the last one, but then realized that we were talking about a catch and release fishery only, so there wasn't really the potential, hopefully, for human consumption. But I would ask the same question with respect to sulfoline, since there was a local refinery that had a pretty significant sump leak of sulfoline. I mean, are you monitoring for that as well? Is ADEC monitoring for that still?
Madam Chair, I don't have that information. It's been around for a while. I think a lot of those issues have been addressed, and they've mapped that plume really well. That was a big issue, and they've pipe clean water wherever there was groundwater contamination. So looking at the map, I don't see any fisheries that it affects for the division or department, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Other board discussion? Ms. Mitchell, and then Mr. Wood.
Thank you. I'm inclined to support this with the language found in RC 47 to continue to have the youth fishery as well. And given that the department is collecting information on whether or not there would be a health hazard in harvesting fish in this, and I would assume that the department would make that known to the public if that did come up, I will be in support of this. Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Yeah, I would just point out that RC 46 is just giving you a map of where the pollution issues were or were not, and just furthers testimony given to us by staff. I am fully supportive of 47 and I want to do exactly what the other members have said. I just want to confirm, because you got 3 different formats in how you did this. The children's, the kids' youth fishing days, is it going to be the 8 designated days? Is that what ends up being the case? Question to staff.
Madam Chair, Andy Griska, Department. Yes, it would be the 4 weekends, so 8 days, mid-June through mid-July, Madam Chair.
Okay, please read RC 47. Where do you see July in there? I guess this is what's throwing me. I'm not so sure what's been drafted is accomplishing what it is you're trying to accomplish.
Madam Chair, for the record, Tom Taube. I guess I would direct Board Member Wood to the first little I in there. We are removing the designated youth sport fishery for Arctic railing occurs, but we're maintaining during the 8 designated youth fishing days, which occur on 4 consecutive Saturdays and Sundays, beginning the 3rd Saturday in June. So counting out 4 weekends from the 3rd Saturday in June creates fisheries in June and July.
And that by necessity would have to go into July.
Yes,
I'm
correct.
with you now. Okay, thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Any other questions? Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this proposal would be adopted, I don't think it would result in any additional direct costs for the private person to participate nor the department to manage, and I'll call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Errors and omissions, Director Taube.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 70 as amended with the substitute language found in RC 47. Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Zareh.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 71.
Klaus Hoig, Department, Proposal 71, 5AAC 74010, seasons, bag, possession, size limits, and methods and means for the Tanana River area, Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments.
Brandy Baker, Tanana Area Assistant Manager. Proposal 71, this proposal would remove the size limit for lake trout and Fielding Lake. Lake trout may only be taken from October 1st through August 31st, with a bag and possession limit of 1 fish, which must be 26 inches or greater in length. If adopted, the total harvest of lake trout in Fielding Lake would increase. Anglers who want to retain a lake trout would not be required to measure their fish. Due to the concerns of overharvest in Fielding Lake, the board previously adopted several regulation changes to limit the harvest of lake trout. These included decreasing the bag limit to 1 fish and a 22-inch size limit, increasing the minimum size limit to 26 inches, establishing a spawning closure in September, prohibiting set lines, and restricting the use of bait to 1 single hook when fishing for burbot and lake trout in 2001, and only allowing the use of unbaited single hook artificial lures in 2007. Based on the statewide harvest survey, the regulations have been effective at reducing harvest from an average of 231 fish annually in the early 1990s to only 21 fish in 2016. In 2007, the board adopted the Tanana River Area Wild Lake Trout Management Plan. This plan directs the department to manage wild lake trout populations by employing a conservative regulatory regime. maintaining harvest below the maximum sustained yield, and providing the guidelines to maintain harvest at sustainable levels. If harvest guidelines are exceeded, the department uses estimates of abundance and total fishing mortality, which is an estimated harvest plus an estimated 10% hooking mortality of fish that are caught and released. To ensure total fishing mortality does not exceed maximum sustained yield for this long-lived species, the department considers an annual 10% exploitation rate to be conservative guideline for management and below the maximum sustained yield. The abundance of lake trout population greater than or equal to 14 inches was estimated during summer of 2021 using typical angling gear. Estimated abundance of lake trout was 1,637 for fish greater than or equal to 14 inches, of which 1,262 fish were greater than 18 inches. Based on these more robust estimates of total abundance, the recent exploitation rates have likely remained below 10% total mortality under current regulations. The department supports this proposal. Removal of the length limit may increase overall harvest. However, annual fishing mortality would likely remain below the 10% of the current abundance of lake trout at Fielding Lake. The proposed regulation is consistent with the Dena'ina River Area Wild Lake Trout Management Plan. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe a question for the department. You know, I was looking through the Dena'ina River Area Wild Lake Trout Management Plan, and one of the things that it employs is conservative regulatory regime. And when you talk about harvest and exploitation on this population, are you acquiring most of your harvest information through the statewide harvest survey program, and do you get adequate information there?
Through the chair, Member Carpenter, yes, we do document our harvest and catch effort through the statewide harvest survey. And in the more recent years, there is a less number of respondents, so we have the limited data.
Follow-up. Could you give me an example of when you say you have reduced harvest information? What sort of a response rate are we talking about? Do you have any idea?
Through the chair, Member Carpenter, yes, so in the statewide harvest survey, if there are fewer than 12 respondents, then the statistical error is too large, so we don't report those numbers.
So that begs the question for me is like, how are you assessing though? I mean, if you're not getting poor response or that nobody's there, what ways are you assessing that? And how can you then make the statement that it's consistent with the Wild Lake Trout Management Plan? Like, what is the basis that you're making that statement on?
Klaus Wig, Department. So the statewide harvest survey, 12 is a threshold for whether or not we have any confidence in the data. And a lot of these fisheries, what's been happening is just been decreasing effort, which means there's less people fishing and presumably less harvest. And in the absence of information, we actually did an abundance estimate to see what the population was. So given all the harvest that's happened over time, the abundance we looked at was just this last summer and gave us this number. So that gives us information that even though there are data gaps and actually how well we know what exploitation rate is, under the previous history, it's good. And we assume that the current trends is going to continue based on our current abundance estimate. So that's kind of how we have to fill it in, Madam Chair.
And presumably, if activity or fishing increases on there, you'd hopefully see a corresponding increase in the survey data, correct?
Correct, Madam Chair.
Any other board discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Yeah, I just have one more question to the department. And I don't have the information right in front of me, but I understand looking at what the estimated abundance is. Going back to something that we talked about earlier in regards to management plans specific to catch and release limits or harvest levels, is there if we reduce this size limit, will the increased harvest put any of those numbers in jeopardy in regards to harvest levels that are assumed to be in?
Through the chair, Member Carpenter, that's a good question. So right now, it has a 26-inch length limit. So right now, the harvest is focused on the biggest, oldest spawning population. And when we look at that segment of the population in abundance, there's still a pretty good proportion of fish bigger than 26 inches. So that tells us that there's not that much exploitation on that piece. If there was like recruitment fishing occurring, we'd see hardly any 26 fish and above in there. So by removing that limit, you're going to shift that harvest down to smaller fish, which naturally have higher, at younger ages, they just have higher natural mortality. So there's some compensatory responses that you get out of the population. And also, as Madam Carlson Van Dort alluded to, that we would see a shift in harvest numbers, and we could monitor that exploitation rate through the statewide harvest survey. So it's difficult to look into a crystal ball and say how many people are coming and fishing because of this reg change, but we do have the tools to monitor it, and we have the statewide harvest survey, but we also have an area manager that's going to be going down and visiting the fishery. Madam Chair.
Thanks. I'm glad to hear that you'll be kind of keeping an eye on it because, when folks kind of fall out of habit of responding to surveys, it's sometimes a little bit of a hurdle to get them to send things back in when they haven't had to do so for a while or haven't needed to. So thank you for that. Any additional board discussion? Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be voting in support of this proposal. I think it's consistent with the management policy 74030. If this proposal were to be adopted, I don't believe it would result in any additional direct cost for the private person to participate or the department to manage. And I'll call the question, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Tobby.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Prenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 71. Zaray.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 72.
Klaus Wood, Department Proposal 72, 5 AAC 74010, seasons, bag, possession, and size limits, and methods and means for the Tanner River area. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt. Second.
Staff comments, please.
Brandy Baker, Proposal 72. This proposal would allow for catch and release fishing in Bathing Beauty Pond, Bear Lake, Moose Lake, Polaris Lake, Piledriver Slough, and Moose Creek. Currently, by emergency order, fishing for all finfish in Bathing Beauty Pond, Bear Lake, Moose Lake, Polaris Lake, Piledriver Slough, and Moose Creek has been restricted to catch and release only because of the per and polyfluoroalkyl contamination. If adopted, the sport fish regulations for these waters would be more easily accessed by anglers because the regulations currently implemented by emergency order would be established in regulation and be included in the annual regulation summary. The department would no longer issue annual emergency orders prohibiting retention of potentially contaminated fish. Several previously stocked lakes and flowing waters are within immediately adjacent to groundwater plumes contaminated with PFAS, and this contamination is likely to persist for an extended period. The department submitted and supports this proposal. Adopting this proposal would prevent the consumption of potentially contaminated fish, but still provide fishing opportunity in these waters. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. I see this as kind of a housekeeping proposal in the sense that the department would no longer have to submit this as an emergency order annually. I am a little concerned on, those of which who may go out there and harvest fish for consumption anyway. Are there signs posted? Is it going to be known to the public when they go and access these areas?
Through the chair, Member Mitchell, yes, there are signs posted at these areas.
Given that the public will be made, well informed of the environmental and hazardous concerns, then I'll be in support of this, and it seems very much so housekeeping.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I concur with Ms. Mitchell. It does seem to be housekeeping and keeping the public out of trouble. I'll be supporting this, and if this proposal were to be adopted, I don't think it would result in additional direct costs for the private person to participate or the department to manage. Madam Chair.
Thank Thank you, Mr. Jensen. I'll just note that there was only one in opposition to proposal number 72, and we did hear in public testimony, I believe, and in committee of the whole, that folks thought it was a good decision in the interest of protecting human health, so I will be in support of this as well. Any additional board discussion?
Question.
Mr. Jensen. Question's been called, errors and omissions. Director Tobby?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on proposal 72. Wood.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Zareh.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 73.
Klauswig Department, Proposal 73, 5 AAC 74010, seasons, bag, possession, and size limits and methods and means for the Tanana River area. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments.
Brandy Baker, Proposal 73. This proposal would update the list of stocked waters and regulation and add lake trout to stock species with modified bag and possession limits. The following water bodies would be added to the stocked waters and regulation: Horseshoe Lake, Parks 285 Pond, Pyrite, and Sansing Ponds, and Way Station number 1 and number 2. The following would be removed: Bathing Beauty Pond, Bear, Cathers, Moose and Polaris Lakes, and Steese Highway 28.8 mile. In 2020, lake trout were added to the stocking plan. As new waters are identified and stocked fish species are added and included in the stocking plan, they are added to the regulations. The department submitted and supports this proposal. It will eliminate confusion and apply the correct regulations for species stocked, both to newly stocked waters and to waters no longer stocked. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. This makes good sense to me. I'll be supportive of this. I think it clarifies things. Anything that makes things less confusing, is definitely helpful. So I will be in support of this proposal. Just Mr. Jensen and then Ms. Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I too will be in support of this. This is definitely lending to clarification of the rules and what they're doing and what they're not doing. I think it's a good proposal, and I'll be in support, Madam Chair.
Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. I too am going to be in support of this. It also seems just kind of as a housekeeping proposal, updating the regulations to reflect stocking changes in this area. I'll also note that all of the public comments were in support of this proposal, and it's going to be very similar to Proposal 74 as well. So I'll be in support.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, if this proposal were to be adopted, I don't think it would result in additional direct costs for the private person to participate nor the department to manage, and I'll call the question, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Tobby.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on proposal 73. Carpenter.
Yes.
Zareh.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Proposal number 74.
Klauswig Department, Proposal 74, 5 AAC 74010, seasons, bag, possession, and size limits and methods and means for the Tanana River area. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments.
Brandy Baker, Proposal 74. This proposal would update the Tanana River Area Stocked Waters Management Plan to include lake trout with a bag and limit of 2 fish over 1 over 18 inches. This would make the regulations consistent for all stock species and waters and would provide consistency for lake trout between general regulations and stocked waters in the Tanana Management Area. In 2020, the department added lake trout to the stocking program. Within the Tanana River Area Stocked Waters Management Plan, current regulations for stocked waters do not include lake trout. The department submitted and supports this proposal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. For discussion, Ms. Mitchell.
I'll just echo my comments from Proposal 73. Very much so seems to be a housekeeping proposal. I'll be in support of it, and also note that there was only public comment in support of this.
Thanks. I'll support this too. Reference previous comments or comments on the previous proposal. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too will reference my comments on the previous proposal. The adoption of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct costs for the private person to participate in this fishery. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct costs for the department to manage, and I'll call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Question has been called. Errors and omissions, Director Taube.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 74. Mitchell.
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Zaret.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Madam Chair.
Thank you. That concludes deliberations on Committee of the Whole Group 2. I think let's pause and take a short break. We'll seek to come back on the record approximately 3:45. All right, we're back on the record. The time is 3:48, and at this time, we will take up deliberations for Group 3, Kotzebue and Norton Sound Commercial and Sport Fisheries. There are 4 proposals in this group. We will begin with proposal number 75.
Good afternoon, Klaus Woodig, Department of Fish and Game Division Sport Fish Management Coordinator. Proposal 75, 5 AAC 7.011, season and bag possession, annual and size limits for the northwestern area. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments.
Madam Chair, Brendan Scanlon, Northwest and North Slope Area Biologist for Fish and Game. This proposal would remove the minimum length limit and reduce the bag possession limit for Arctic grayling and the northern Norton Sound drainages. Currently in northern Norton Sound, the bag and possession limit for Arctic grayling is 5 fish, of which only 1 fish can be 15 inches or greater in length. There are 4 rivers with differing regulations. In the Pilgrim and Snake Rivers, the bag and possession limit for Arctic grayling is 2 fish, only 1 of which may be 15 inches or greater. In the Nome and the Solomon Rivers, sport fishing for Arctic grayling is closed due to low abundance. If this proposal were adopted, eliminating the 15-inch minimum size limit for harvest and maintaining the 5-fish bag and possession limit with no size limit may result in unsustainable harvest. However, a bag limit of 2 fish with no size limit would be sustainable, still maintain desired population size structure, and allow anglers to harvest more large fish. In the Pilgrim and Snake Rivers, the smaller population sizes and the presence of multiple roadside access points put our grayling stocks at greater risk to overharvest than the larger or less accessible rivers. For the Pilgrim and Snake Rivers, reducing the bag possession limit from 2 fish, only 1 of which can be 15 inches or greater, to 1 fish, no size limit, still allows for harvest and would not alter the size structure of the Arctic grayling population. Most fishing effort for Arctic grayling within northern Norton Sound occurs on 5 streams that are accessible from the Nome Road system. These Arctic grayling populations are primarily composed of fish 15 inches or greater, where smaller fish are difficult for anglers to locate and catch, which can result in anglers only being able to harvest a single fish. Aggregations of reports in northern Norton Sound show a clear downward trend in fishing effort, harvest, and catch. An unknown number of Arctic grayling are harvested in the subsistence fishery each year using nets and hook and line. The bag and possession limit for subsistence fishing with hook and line attached to a rod or pole during the open water season are the same as the sport regs. Stock assessments of Arctic grayling for select rivers used to monitor sustainability have shown estimates of abundance above management objectives. These populations and the populations in the Pilgrim and Snake Rivers are small, very accessible, and cannot sustain increases in harvest without altering the size structure of the Arctic grayling populations. The Nome and Solomon Rivers have been closed to fishing for Arctic grayling because those populations have not recovered sufficiently from overexploitation. The remaining rivers along the Nome Road system appear to have relatively large populations, low fishing effort, and can sustain an increase in harvest. The department submitted this and supports this proposal. This proposal is consistent with the conservative management approach as outlined in the Northwestern Alaska Wild Arctic Grayling Management Plan. Where bag and possession limits are reduced, the board may wish to consider whether reasonable opportunity for subsistence is still provided. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that last comment, I'm just going to ask Ms. Olson to speak to the subsistence uses in this area.
Thank you. Through the chair, Member Mitchell, I'll defer to our area resource specialist, if that's okay.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Helen Cold, and I am the Arctic Area Subsistence Resource Specialist for the Division of Subsistence. We have conducted some harvest surveys in some of the communities within the vicinity of this proposal management action. So I can say that in the community of White Mountain in 2006, we estimate that about 277 grayling were harvested via rod and reel. And then in the community of Golovin in 2012, we estimate that 11 fish were harvested.
Is there an ANS for grayling?
Specifically for grayling, no, there is no ANS, and the board has not adopted an ANS finding for Norton Norton Sound Port Clarence area finfish other than salmon.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell?
Yeah, I guess a follow-up to that, here in the department comments, it says, you know, in implementing this proposal, we'd be having a reduction of possession limits, and I guess my question is there concern at all by the department that this would impact the subsistence uses in this area adversely?
Through the chair, so ultimately, whether the amount subsistence would be adversely affected would be your decision, but I can say that numerically, looking at the number of fish that are being harvested by residents of these communities, the proposal at hand would potentially allow for similar numbers of fish to be harvested. There is a chance that the way that fishers are harvesting might change somewhat just based on the fact that they'd be able to harvest less fish at a time.
Thank you.
Is the ANS being met for salmon in this area?
Madam Chair, Brendan Scanlon, Comfish Division, yesterday, I believe, gave the ANS amounts for chum salmon, and I believe he said they hadn't been met in several years, but perhaps he could come up and speak to that better, if you like.
Yesterday was a long time ago.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, Jim Menard, Area Manager, Commercial Fisheries Division. The ANS in the Nome Subdistrict is 3,430 chum salmon to 5,716 chum salmon. We have not made that ANS except for 2 years in the 2000s, 2014 and 2015.
Thank you. Mr. Wood?
I just need to confirm what I thought I heard. So there is no ANS for anything other than salmon, is that what you said?
Through the chair, Member Wood, there is an ANS for salmon throughout the Norton Sound Port Clarence area. That is 96,000 to 160,000.
No, okay, I understand that, but is there any ANS for fish other than salmon?
Through the chair, Member Wood, no.
That's what I was trying to confirm. Thank you.
Ms. Olson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Menard provided the information that I was going to.
Other board questions, discussion? I don't know. I mean, I understand where the department is coming from on this one. I'm reluctant to restrict subsistence opportunities, especially given what we just heard. But I would be interested in hearing my fellow board members' thoughts on this. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the one question that I might have for the department specifically is when we consider the Northwest Alaska Wild Grayling Management Plan, and where it says that this proposal, the language included in this proposal would be consistent with the conservative management approach. If we were to not adopt this and keep things the way they are currently in regulation, does the department feel that we would fall outside of that management plan? I guess that would be my question.
Madam Chair, I direct that question to Director Tauby.
Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a couple things here. One, for Mr. Carpenter's response, no, because right now the current regulations effectively, as Mr. Scanlon spoke to, is a bag limit of 1, because in most of the populations, fish are over 15 inches, and you can only keep one over 15 inches. And the subsistence hook and line regulations are tied to the sport regulations, so the subsistence users themselves are actually hands are being tied by that size limit, where adoption of this would effectively allow 2 fish to be harvested. So whether or not that's going to see an increase in subsistence harvest is unknown, but it provides some additional opportunity because those size limits aren't in place anymore.
So effectively, every time you stick your rod in the water, your hook in the water, you're going to catch an over 15-inch grayling?
Pretty much.
Wow,
In a lot of these, in some of these systems, they're the small grayling, I don't know if staff can speak to where the small grayling are, but you catch a lot of large fish over 15 inches.
Because, I mean, I know that one of the things that we heard in public testimony, I believe, was that subsistence fishers aren't interested in trophies. So irrespective of big or small, that's one of the things that I was considering.
But under these regulations, they could keep either a large or a small grayling.
Understand. Thank you. Mr. Jensen?
Yeah, thank you. A quick follow-up for Mr. Tobby. So you're saying it with two fish, it would quite possibly increase the opportunity for meeting your subsistence needs on these fish?
That's correct. If the population structure of grayling, as it is currently in the area, stays that way, where there are majority of large fish available to the angling public, that they could see, you know, a two-fish bag limit as opposed to just being able to take one under the current regulations because of the size limit.
Okay, then a follow-up, quick follow-up. Is that bag limit just a daily bag limit or an annual bag limit?
That's a daily bag limit, so
Okay.
there's no limit there's no annual limit.
Okay, thank you.
And just to underscore, and I'll get to Mr. Wood here, that you don't expect, this being able to keep an additional 15-inch would have a negative effect on the presence of those 15-inch fish in such abundance going forward.
No, Madam Chair, our assessment has shown that these grayling populations are growing over, the last 20 years. They've increased, some have doubled in size based on our assessment.
Mr. Wood?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hate to harp on the same issue. Staff, look at your staff comments on paragraph 2 of subsistence regulations review. And it says the Alaska Board of Fisheries have made a positive, customary, and traditional use finding for salmon and all finfish other than salmon in the Norton Sound Port Clarence area. That seems to indicate that there is an ANS for finfish other than salmon. Am I missing something here?
Ms. Olson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is no ANS in regulation for this area. When the subsistence law was changed, both boards went through a consistency review in 1992 and 93, and this area I don't think was ever considered under that review process. Does that help, Mr. Wood?
No, I'm going to accept your word that if there's no ANS, there's no ANS. Okay, I'm just trying to establish where we are.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Correct, there is a C&D, but no ANS.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, the way I read that one is the stock customarily and traditionally used for subsistence? And the answer is yes, because we've given them that opportunity. That opportunity has been given to the subsistence users. And that's, in my thought process, different than an amount necessary for subsistence. It's just, it is a customary and traditionally used fish. Am I getting that right?
Through the chair to Vice Chair Jensen, you get an A+. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the first one I've ever got.
We're not going to be able to live with him now.
Go ahead, Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brendan Scanlon again. If I could just provide a little bit more detail on the fishery itself and our reasoning by believing there's just a large proportion of big fish. Table 75-2 has stock assessment information for the index areas that we monitor in all 5 of these rivers. We use a 2-event marker capture experiment to estimate abundance and size composition. In all 5 of these rivers, the proportion of fish we catch below 15 inches is between 2 and 22%. So even during our sampling, we almost catch no small fish. In addition, subsistence fishers can still use gill nets, cast nets, beach seines to catch Arctic grayling, and there's no size restrictions or limits as well. There's a popular winter fishery for Dolly Varden, and they catch Arctic grayling during that, and there's also no limit during the winter subsistence fishery. Thank you.
Thank you. And just looking at that table as well, the estimated abundance is significantly lower on the Pilgrim. Is that just proximity to the road and people?
Through the chair, yeah, it's a smaller index area. It's not as quite a good a habitat for grayling as is the Fish River. The Fish River has a huge pink salmon run, as is Neokluk and some of these other rivers. The Pilgrim does not quite that far up. So we're comfortable with the abundance it's at right now, but it's just not as great a habitat as some of these other rivers are.
Thanks,
Chair.
Brendan. Any other board discussion? Ms. Mitchell?
Thank you. It took a minute for me to fully wrap my head around this whole thing, but I'm under the understanding that this would potentially improve subsistence opportunity in this area. It is a department proposal. I'm going to support this proposal and also note that there was only public comment in support of it, 1AC in particular.
I'm coming around slowly. Any other board discussion? Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, me too. I'll give you a quick subsistence regulation review. Is this stock in a non-subsistence area? No, the northern Norton Sound drainages are outside of any non-subsistence areas. Is the stock customarily and traditionally taken or used for subsistence? And the answer is yes. The Board of Fisheries made a positive customary and traditional use finding for salmon and all other finfish than salmon in Norton Sound Port Clearance Area 5AAC 01.186. Can a portion of this stock be harvested with consistent with sustained yield? Yes. What amount is reasonably necessary for subsistence use? The board has not adopted an amount reasonably necessary for subsistence finding for the Norton Sound Port Clearance Area, but I heard 96,000 to 200,000 plus salmon has been given for an ANS in this area. I think it was 160. Do the regulations provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence use? And from what I've heard here, we're going to increase the amount of the grayling from 1 to 2, so that would provide more reasonable opportunity for subsistence use, in my opinion. Is it necessary to reduce it or eliminate other uses provide reasonable opportunity for subsistence use? And I haven't heard anything that's said about that being necessary. So, and I do support this proposal, and I'll leave it at that, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And, you know, to your point on the subsistence review number 5, I think that I just heard that there is, you know, plenty of other opportunity for them to harvest grayling and Dolly Varden and other things. So I think I'm reasonably comfortable with that. Mr. Wood?
I'd like to ask Ms. Olson, go to criteria number 4. And the criteria seems to ask whether a specific amount is necessary for subsistence use. This proposal deals with grayling as opposed to the salmon. Can we answer that question by using data of the salmon as opposed to dealing with the issue of grayling?
Thank you, through the chair, to Mr. Wood. That's a really good question, and it shows that when the board does make these positive C&T findings, they examine data of patterns of use. And the C&T finding in this case is salmon and all other finfish. So that indicates that there are 2 separate patterns of use for salmon and all other finfish. So the answer is no. In this case, I wouldn't recommend substituting one for another because the pattern of use at the time of the C&T finding didn't present that.
Which leads me then dealing with grayling, what amount, how would I answer number 4? If you on a board, how would you answer number 4?
Through the chair to Mr. Wood, I would ask what data, harvest data are available. And the department staff comments have presented all the data that we have available. And just to put in a little plug, we'd love to do a comprehensive subsistence household survey in Nome. And maybe one day we can get funding to do that, Mr. Wood.
Thank you, that's helpful, but to Mr. Wood's points, I mean, that was why I was asking some of the questions I was about whether the ANS for salmon is being met either. The answer is a resounding no. So, you know, are we compounding issues potentially? I don't know, I don't think so at this point, but I definitely think it's something to monitor, and more information about the uses of non-salmon finfish would be incredibly helpful in this respect. Other board discussion. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this proposal were to be adopted, I don't believe it would result in any additional direct cost for the private person to participate in this fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional costs for the department. And I'll call a question.
Thank you. The question has been called errors and omissions, and because there was a pretty significant subsistence discussion, I'm going to ask for errors and omissions from commercial division as well. So, Mr. Raybog.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Tavi.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 75. Wood.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Zareh.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
Motion carries, 6 in favor, 1 against. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 76.
Madam Chair, I am Kevin Clark with the Alaska, for the record, I'm Kevin Clark with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. I'm the Assistant Area Manager for the Arctic area. Sitting beside me is the esteemed Jeff Bernard. He is the Arctic Area Manager. Proposal 76, 5 AAC 03.331, gillnet specifications and operations.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
All right. This would allow, the proposal allows permit holders to leave their gill nets fishing while they depart the area and return to their gill nets. Under current regulations, the operation of gear by a commercial permit holder for stationary gear must be physically present at the beach or riparian site during operation of the net gear, except when the permit holder is traveling to sell fish or to go to other stationary gear. The permit holder shall be within a reasonable distance when at the point of sale or at a location of other stationary gear. A reasonable distance means a distance to ensure that the CFEC permit holder retains competent supervision of their gear. The effect of this, as stated with regulatory language found in RC 44, would be that in the Kotzebue District, as described in 5 AAC 03.200B, a person who holds a CFEC permit for stationary fishing gear must be physically present for the initial deployment of the gear, at the beginning of the commercial fishery, and at the end of the commercial fishing period to terminate operations of the gear. A fishing site under AS 16.05.253B includes the district and the CFEC permit holder's place of residence in Kotzebue. A little bit of background, traditionally in Kotzebue, the fishermen have set their nets and then gone home for a length of time, a lot of times, because in Kotzebue, it's a very large bay and a very large and shallow bay, and a lot of the set nets are actually miles offshore compared to like you would think of fishing in Kenai, where all the beaches are attached pretty much to the beach. So that's why that practice has come around. The department supports this proposal to allow commercial permit holders to leave their stationary gear unattended. Madam Chair.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you look at the wildlife comments, the wildlife trooper's comments, he made a suggestion that we take a look and determine whether we want to go in the direction of Yakutat on one portion of this proposal. deal with the permit holder being present on the second portion. And RC 44 seems to be what you just read into the record. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, that is correct.
Madam Chair, I would, so that we have it on the table, move to amend by adding the language in RC 44. If I have a second, I'll address it.
Second, ask unanimous consent.
I object to unanimous consent.
Yeah, so we're just looking for a second.
Thank you. I asked this language to be prepared so that in the event that the board wants to go in that direction, we had the language in front of us and we didn't have to wait for an hour and a half to draft it, et cetera. I think each of you needs to examine as to where you want to go with requiring the permit holder's presence or lack thereof. And if you feel it should be restricted, such as it is in Yakutat, et cetera, then adopt the amendment. If you want to leave it more liberal, then reject the amendment. And I myself will be voting in favor of the amendment, but I can understand the argument otherwise as well.
Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I remain unclear just to what extent this provision is in harmony with some of the other SetNet stuff for requiring presence on the site. We've been through this for 40 years since I was a kid or more, and we've had a lot of discussion over whether it was permissible to be at a domicile. And if so, is this harmonious with what's going on? Is there some disconnects in enforcement as compared to other areas? And if this is okay, would it be better to include a wider area than just Kotzebue itself? They could be at a fish camp, or would they have to be in Kotzebue? Could they be at a cabin site or a tent site or whatever? I'm looking for some clarification.
Captain Frenzel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Aaron Frenzel, Wildlife Troopers. Member Heimbach, the regulations, well, I'll back up. Our troopers in Kotzebue usually spend 2-3 years out there, so we get a lot of influx, not guys with long-standing time out there. So when they come in there, they look at the regulations and they enforce it as it is. Currently, the regulation is, as they stated, they have to be at the beach site, at the riparian fishing site, which is next to the gear, or they can be at a location of sale or at another gear that they are the permit holder for. So that gives them some exceptions to go do different things. While at that other gear, at a sale, at the cabin, at the riparian fishing site, they may have crew out there working their gear. They do have to be present when the sale of fish occurs. So they have to come back down, get the fish, bring it in, sell it. And that's the way it's been enforced in most places. Yakutat had an area in the Yakutat Bay south of a certain line, about 10 miles from the harbor there in Yakutat, that they said, hey, let's extend this location to the person's primary residence. Instead of making them build a cabin, let them go the extra mile to their house. So they extended it there. In Yakutat, if we see someone outside of that location, if they're filling up a gas can, we're not taking enforcement. But if we see them working at Alaska Airlines, the AC store, we're gonna have issue with that because that's not where they're allowed to be. So in this situation, as I pointed out in my comments, the board has to decide what the intent is of this. Where do you want them to be? If you want them to be able to go back to their residence in Kotzebue, we have that written up in RC 44, I think, very clearly. It also allows them to be in the district. So the district is defined as the water, so they could be anywhere in the Kotzebue district. Riparian fishing site, if they do have a cabin out there, if it's on shore and their net's out in front, that will be fine. That's the riparian fishing site. That's legal already.
If I may follow up, one of the reasons that we went to this ability of the permit holder to be in a different place was we recognized the nature of the aging population that was engaging in set netting all over the state. And so we made it possible for the crew member licensed person to go out, both set the net and to pick up the net. So I remain a little confused why we would require the permit holder to do that when I think it's already legal, correct me if I'm wrong, for the crewman working for that person to go out and do those same chores as described in this language here.
Through the chair, Member Heimbach. Yes, and as I pointed out in my comments, there are proposed language from the proposer that are going to make currently legal activity illegal, being setting of the net. The current regulation does not require, at the time the net is placed in the water, the permit holder to be there. He may be at the riparian fishing site, he may be at another set of gear, these other locations. So by requiring this, as proposed by the proposer, he's suggested that we include being there physically present at the time the net's deployed and retrieved. That's an additional requirement as seen in the Yukon area as well.
So correct me if I'm wrong, this is a departure from what is common practice in many other areas of the state. If this proposal were to be adopted, this is counter to what is allowed, say, in Cook Inlet.
Through the chair, yes.
Other board discussion? Ms. Mitchell?
Thanks. Maybe you can provide a little bit of clarification, because I think that there's similar language in the Yakutat area allowing folks to leave and go home. Well, can you speak to the other similar or regulations that already exist that are similar to RC 44 and what's presented there?
Through the chair, Member Mitchell, Yakutat includes one additional area to the locations the permit holder may be during operation of the gear. So the permit holder in Yakutat, if he's south of that line, may be at his primary residence in Yakutat while the gear is being operated. Just like being at the riparian fishing site at a cabin. They can be up on the cliff hill while people are out working the gear.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak specifically to RC 44. I mean, I think when I read AAC 39.107 and the two exceptions that are in regulation F and G, one specifically talks about the Yukon area and one specifically talks about the exception the board has made in regards to, you know, I believe this proposal is kind of a combination. I think it addresses a reasonable expectation. And personally, I like the language in RC 44, so I will be supporting this amendment.
Mr. Heimbach?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to dovetail off of that, I don't really have any problems with that either, but I think we do need to realize it's a very small equivalent of developing an absentee owner mentality about what's going on in set netting. And I mean, I've had family members and I've known people for ages and ages that weren't physically capable really of participating anymore. And this is going to legalize their ability to stay and probably never go to these sites again. And if that's okay with people, that's okay. I don't really have a lot of heartburn about that, but it's really this is going to force people that are probably aging to be at those sites at least twice, as I understand it. I guess I have to ask, is that the intention, is to force the permit holder at least 2 times to be at that fishing location during an opener?
Mr. Frenzel?
Through the chair, Member Heimbach, yes, the original proposal actually was written by the proposer to have them there at the beginning, during all operation of the net while picking fish, and at the end. This RC actually just requires them at the beginning and at the end.
Mr. Wood?
Just in response to Mr. Heimbach's concerns, I think this gives your elderly people a better situation where they're not being required to be there consistently like you're describing, rather than as you're arguing, but.
If I may respond.
You may.
I don't mean to seem argumentative about that, but this board has, through the last 40 years, really had to visit very hard what the intent of allowing people to go back to their domicile was. I just wanted to be fairly clear. I don't think I understand it really, and I think Mr. Wood is correct about my concerns were probably addressed more in this. We only made them be there a couple times. And I'm still not clear how it dovetails completely with the operations in the rest of the state, but I am more comfortable now with it.
Are all of this, and I don't know if anybody here in this room would have this answer, but are all or most of the CFAC permit holders residents of Kotzebue?
Madam Chair, it's Kevin Clark for the record. No, not all CFEC holders in Kotzebue are Kotzebue residents. There are others, like in most other fisheries, from outside of Kotzebue, but the vast majority of the permit holders are Kotzebue residents. Madam
So
Chair.
this would potentially just provide this advantage to those that are domiciled in Kotzebue and have homes in Kotzebue. They could run home or hang out at home or whatever. While those that weren't, didn't have homes in Kotzebue would be, presumably at their cabins or at their sites.
Madam Chair, yeah. There are the RC 44 is written, states it's the residency, where they're residing, so wherever they're staying. So if they're there in Kotzebue, we're not fishing, when they're not fishing, they're someplace, so that would be their residence. So it's not necessarily having a disadvantage to them because they can go to wherever they're residing at the time.
Yeah, I guess what I'm getting at, and I don't know, I can't remember the distance between some of the villages, around the sound, but if we're limiting it to just people, it says place of residence in Kotzebue. I mean, if they want to run home to their village for a couple of days or something like that while somebody else is monitoring their gear, I'm just wondering if this is exclusive to that, or excluding those people.
Madam Chair, so let me see if I'm getting your question right. So it includes the waters of the district. So they could leave their set nets and go anywhere in the district in the water because the district is defined as the waters. So if they were at the beach, wanting to go get wood, et cetera, that kind of stuff. Otherwise, yeah, the way this is written, they would be restricted to Kotzebue, yeah.
So they couldn't go to like a neighboring village if that's where their home was, and this is where their set net was deployed.
Madam Chair, there's really not any neighboring villages along the coast. The market itself is in Kotzebue, and so the nearest village would be an extensive boat ride from it'd be Deering, I believe, would be the nearest village.
An extensive boat ride, but not so extensive plane ride.
True.
How long are these nets typically deployed?
Currently, in the recent years, due to quality concerns from the market, our openings have been anywhere from 4 to 14 hours for the last several years.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Carpenter, or Captain Frenzel, do you have another comment?
No, I wanted to clarify one thing. The Yakutat regulation uses the permit holder's permanent place of residence in Yakutat. We took that out because there are people from other areas that come to Kotzebue and they reside there, but it's not their permanent, so that's why the wording is the way it is.
Thank you for that. Ms. Mitchell?
Thank you. We kind of got into the weeds there, but my intent in supporting RC 44 would be that the practice that's been commonly taking place in the Kotzebue area amongst the permit holders of setnet gear to continue the way that it has been without being cited for leaving the area, which I guess has happened with a new enforcement there. And so my intent in voting yes for RC 44 is to kind of allow for the practice that has been happening to continue to happen without any law enforcement issue. And if for some reason supporting RC 44 does not do that, please tell me.
Ms. Mitchell, through the chair, yeah, if you're voting to support RC 44, then you would be supporting being able to leave the setnet site to be able to go someplace else in the district.
And that's been common practice in this area.
Through the chair, yes, ma'am.
Excellent. I will be in support of RC 44. Thank you.
It is liberalizing a little bit more than what the initial proposal intended. Commissioner and then Mr. Wood.
This is a question for enforcement. So if a net is unintended and they have a marine mammal encounter, does that open them up to being subject to a violation of the Marine Mammal Protection Act because they've now had a take of a marine mammal?
Through the chair, Commissioner, that would be more of a National Marine Fisheries / U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service question than the state. But if their gear, excuse me for not knowing their regulations well enough, I can't answer that.
Well, I'm just worried that we're setting people up to have a marine mammal interaction and then being cited by NIMS for a catch. I guess maybe I'll ask staff, are any marine mammals are you knowledgeable of having any marine mammal interactions in your set net operations in that area?
Through the chair, Commissioner, we have encounters with subsistence nets in the Nome subdistrict. I did release a baby seal one time.
Mr. Wood?
Madam Chairman, this is why I wanted the amendment to stand on its own merits, because there are a bunch of ramifications, but if there's no further discussion, I would call the question on the amendment.
Okay. Question has been called on the amendment to substitute language found in RC 44. Mr. Nelson, will you please call the roll?
On the amendment, Mitchell,
Yes.
Jensen,
Yes.
Wood,
Yes.
Carpenter,
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort,
No.
Zaret,
Yes.
Heimbach. No. The amendment carries 5 in favor, 2 against, Madam Chair.
Okay, that brings the proposal before us with the substitute language found in RC 44. We've discussed it a little bit. I mean, I have concerns. I think it goes beyond what the proposer requested. I do understand the reasons for that. And hopefully, yeah, I'll just stop there. Additional discussion. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was concerned about this one too, but after all the discussion we've had, and finding out that their openings are only 4 to 14 hours, I feel comfortable that this is acceptable, and I'll be in support of it, Madam Chair.
That's a good point, Mr. Jensen. Thank you. Additional board discussion. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you. If this proposal will be adopted, I don't believe we'd require any additional direct cost for the private person to participate, nor the department to manage, and I'll call the question.
Thank you. The question has been called. Errors and omissions, Director Avon.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 76 as amended. Jensen,
Yes.
Heimbach,
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort,
Yes.
Zaret,
Yes.
Wood,
Yes.
Carpenter,
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 77.
Madam Chair, for the record, I am Kevin Clark with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. Proposal 77, 5 AAC 04.362 Guideline Harvest Range for Port Clarence District.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, the proposal converts the guideline harvest range for Port Clarence District into a management plan with a suggested OEG of 7,000 to 12,000 sockeye salmon for the Salmon Lake drainage. Currently, a commercial fishery in the marine waters of Port Clarence can occur if the department projects an in-season abundance of 30,000 sockeye salmon in the Pilgrim River with a guideline harvest range of 0 to 10,000 sockeye salmon. A subsistence household permit is required in all waters of the Port Clarence District, including the Pilgrim River. However, Pilgrim River and Salmon Lake each require a separate subsistence household permit. The Pilgrim River permit has an annual limit of 25 sockeye salmon that can be modified by emergency order when allowed. Salmon Lake can be opened by emergency order if escapements allow and has an annual limit of 200 sockeye salmon. The effect of this proposal, if adopted, The Pilgrim River SEG is based on the Weir and the Pilgrim River, and Salmon Lake drainage is 68,000 to 36,000. The proposed OEG would likely not result in any change by the department in the timing of modifying the Pilgrim River annual subsistence limit. There has not been a buyer for the commercial fishery since 2008. Also, a change in the management plan would lower the in-river goal and allow a commercial fishing earlier in the season if there was buyer interest. Pilgrim River drains into Salmon Lake, or Salmon Lake drains in, the Pilgrim River drains out of Salmon Lake, and the lake has been fertilized since 1997, except for 4 years in the first decade of the 2000s. A Weir project was established on the Pilgrim River in 2003, replacing a tower project that had been operated in previous years. The escapement goal was changed in 2019 from an aerial survey goal of 4,000 to 8,000 sockeye salmon in Salmon Lake to a Weir-based goal, SEG, of 6,800 to 36,000. In the early 2000s, sockeye salmon began to return in great numbers, and subsistence household permits issued have increased tenfold since then. The household permit and annual limit for sockeye salmon has varied by year and has ranged from 25 to 250 fish until 2010. After the record low escapement in 2009, the Northern Sound AC requested that the department set a limit of 25 sockeye salmon and waive the limit as appropriate during years with large runs. 25 sockeye salmon annual limit has been in place since 2010, and the limit has been waived mid-season from 2015 through 2019, and in 2020, the limit was doubled near the end of August. In only 6 years in the 2000s have permits been requested for Salmon Lake, and subsistence stocks ranged from 0 to 56 fish. To add to that, the Pilgrim River sockeye has also replaced chum for the subsistence preference and is important to the villages of Teller, Brevik, and residents of Nome. In 2019, was submitted to the board by Northern AC to repeal the guideline harvest range for the Port Clarence District and commercial fishery and replace it with a management plan. The proposal also requests that the management plan set annual household sockeye salmon catch limits in the Pilgrim River based on an average sockeye salmon escapement from the previous 2 years under 3 scenarios of increasing catch limits aligned with higher average escapements. The proposal failed. In the 2000s, there was a commercial harvest of 1,152 sockeye salmon in 2007, and then 89 sockeye in 2008. There has been no commercial fishery after 2008. The local buyer received complaints from subsistence fishers about having a commercial fishery, and the buyer suspended operations in Port Clarence. In the 2 years, in the last 2 years, the department has closed subsistence net fishing in the Pilgrim River because of low sockeye salmon runs in both years, and the escapement goals were not reached. In 2001, the closure was after July 21st, near the historical midpoint of the sockeye salmon run, with the escapements below not projected to meet escapements. In 2002, the closure was on July 8th, which is near the first historical quarter point when it looked like we weren't going to make escapement. The department has plans to close the Pilgrim River to subsistence net fishing at the start of the fishing season in 2023, and then reassess when projects come online for abundance estimates. In the the department is neutral on this proposal. Lower bound of the proposed escapement goal is near the department's lower bound, and the upper end would be 2/3 of the present bound. The department has waived sockeye salmon catch limits in years of large runs, and the escapement goals have been projected to be exceeded, or the department has waived sockeye salmon catch limits in years when the escapement was projected to be over 15,000 and meet the escapement goals. The current management plan allows for the commercial fishing in most years, and the recent most years of 2017 through 2019, because in-river abundance was projected to exceed 30,000 sockeye salmon. However, there was no buyer interest. Additionally, there are no current commercial permits in the Teller or Breivik areas.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Staff, the 2019 effort was turned down, failed in front of the board. Do you know why that was refused or rejected?
Through the chair, Member Wood, I'm trying to remember why it was rejected. Just, you know, it was a floating average they were having based on what had happened a couple of years before and not what we were actually seeing in that year that we were actually managing for. So we didn't see, you know, we had difficulties having that as how we saw the department, you know, how we were going to manage setting a goal, you know, from the 2 years previously, how it was going. So I think that was the issue we had.
Thank you. And then another question, staff, not yourself, or maybe it is you to answer, is law has pointed out that if we're going to be considering OEG, we have a statute that covers exactly how it is you go about doing that. And it requires a joint effort with the department and the board to determine the appropriateness of establishing such an OEG. Yet the department takes a stance it's neutral. I don't understand how you could be neutral in something we're asking for determination of. Does the department feel an OEG is appropriate here, or does it not?
For the record, Jim Menard, I would say that's a board decision, so we were going to stay neutral in that sense. We were going to let the board determine that.
It's supposed to be a joint effort, sir, but okay.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is kind of a complicated issue. It's kind of a unique situation, but one that I'm a little bit familiar with in regards to small populations of sockeye and the effect that varying levels of escapement can have on those small populations over time when you're looking to get a certain amount of replacement based on the spawning capacities. The one thing that I'm really concerned about is the comments that how much the subsistence fisheries in particular have been affected and will be affected. Is the problem that you cannot control the escapement levels in years where there's high abundance because there's just no marketability for these fish?
Through the chair, Member Carpenter, the problem, we have these big runs. We can't catch them in the subsistence fishery. There isn't that much effort. Now, the commercial fishery, when we fished, there was only like 3 permit holders, and there was limited fishing time. So neither side, even if it was a big run, was very successful. You know, we can't really stop the run. We'll throw it wide open. You know, they can take as many as they want. And, you know, those big runs, we cannot stop.
Follow up, please. And I guess my question would be, in regards to this varying fluctuation in turning fish, and the fact that subsistence is being affected by these low numbers that have happened recently and obviously are predicted to be happening in the future, is over-escapement, in your opinion, the reason that we're having these really small returns right now because of the varying run size in this lake, with the ability that the department doesn't have to have a commercial fishery executed to control that the big runs?
Through the chair, Member Carpenter, that is what we have seen over the last 20 years. The lake's been fertilized, but we're seeing this pattern that's starting to go. We're going to get these boom years, and then it's going to drop down. And like in 2010, even though we only got like 1,600 in the lake, we had enormous returns from that. And then it'll come up, and then it'll go down again. So that's the pattern we've seen, but only twice now. So that, if you extended it out, I can't say yes or no, but that's what I am thinking.
One more follow-up, please. And that, so I guess my final question would be then, currently with the escapement levels that are set through the SEG, creating an OEG is not going to allow the department to mitigate this problem with these varying fluctuations in runs, because you do not have the ability, when we do have these high populations of fish coming back, you do not have enough subsistence users, and you have no commercial activity to be able to control that. So we're going to have these varying run sizes that are going to continue to lead to subsistence issues. Is that basically what it comes down to?
Through the chair, Member Carpenter, the issue is, well, like you said, we cannot control the top end. So I don't know if this is going to play out again, but yeah, once we start throwing it open at 12,000, where we throw no limits on the subsistence fishermen, we can't control it. You know, they'll catch about, I think the maximum is about 12,000 caught in the river in one season, even though we've had like 55,000 run, say, in the last boom we had.
But as I kind of understood the issue, you know, based upon what we heard in public testimony and committee of the whole, is that part of what's trying to be captured with this proposal is the timing of what might be a commercial issue. And maybe I'm not getting this correct, but so the issue, to dovetail off of what Mr. Carpenter was asking, is that there is a very good way of measuring that strength so as to provide hopefully timely enough notice to potentially, you know, try and round up some buyers or some kind of opportunity for a commercial harvest. So if that's the case, then I kind of understand where they're coming from. I'm not sure that adjusting the upper end of the escapement goal with an OEG does that, but I think what I heard was that it related to trying to get a better idea earlier about whether or not there might be some commercial harvest given these sort of fluctuations that we see year to year. Mr. Heimbach.
Yeah, it seems like we're hearing the same conversation all with different ears. What I'm hearing out of this is that they can't control the commercial side of it. We don't really have adequate subsistence all the time. And the variability that we're seeing from Mother Nature has provided that we really don't need that upper end goal. They're getting tremendous results from a much smaller deal. So with all of those things in mind, there's really no reason to suppose that having that 30,000 upper end is really what's needed. So in the absence of compelling a harvest interest on the subsistence and the commercial side, it makes just as much sense to provide for a potential opportunity at the 12,000 level, and really zero need to go up to 30,000, because that meant there was no harvesting going on anyway. So let's just provide it at a lower level. That's the way I heard it. So it seems to me like a very practical measure, in building off what the chairman says, to provide as much advance notice for the potential of commercial harvest as is possible and still protect the viability of the run.
Additional board discussion. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. I guess I'm hesitant to set an OEG, and I trust that if the department felt that the escapement goal was not sufficient in being able to manage that fishery, that they would come forward with their own department proposal, and we would deliberate on that. And so I'm not going to be in support of this at this time.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been listening, and I still have not heard how this situation gives rise to the justification for OEG under the statute as the statute is written. So far, I have not heard what the estimate of expected differences in yield are relative to the MSY, et cetera, resulting from the implementation. I don't think, this is just one member speaking, I don't think that we meet the criteria of subsection 223 to establish an OEG. And I agree with you, it's a practical solution to create it, but I just don't think we meet the statutory requirements, so I am going to be a no vote.
Any additional board discussion? Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to reference my subsistence regulation review from Proposal 75. It's basically the same area and the same and similar, so I'll be referencing that, and I concur with Ms. Mitchell and Mr. Woods on their assessment of it. I have a hard time with this one, but I think they're correct in their assumptions. Yeah, if this proposal were to be adopted, I don't think it would require any additional direct cost for the private person to participate or the department to manage, and I'll call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Raybon.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 77. Heimbach.
That's a happy yes.
Jensen. Wood.
No.
Zaret.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Mitchell.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Motion fails, 3 in favor, 4 against. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 78.
For the record, I'm Kevin Clark again. Proposal 78, 5 AAC 27.910, fishing seasons and periods for Bering Sea and the Kotzebue area.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
This proposal allows herring to be harvested and sold as bait during the same period as the sacro season has traditionally occurred. The current regulations, you may take herring from May 15th through June 30th, which is the sacro season, during periods established by emergency order. Herring may also be taken in Subdistrict 1, the Nome Subdistrict, from June 15th through November 15th as food and bait, and generally may be taken from July 1 through November 15th. The effect of this proposal, if adopted, would allow commercial herring permit holders to harvest herring for food and bait during the traditional sacro herring fishing season. This would likely increase the harvest of herring in Norton Sound and increase the value of commercial herring fishery in the Norton Sound. Since 2013, there has been no buyer interest in Norton Sound sacro herring, and by regulation, food and bait herring can occur after July 14th in Subdistrict 1 and after June 30th elsewhere in the district. Because there is demand for herring for food and bait, and it provides opportunity to local communities, the department has opened herring fishery continuously during the sacro fishing season. The local buyer has purchased an average of about 50 tons of bait per year. The department submitted and supports this proposal to be consistent with current fishery practices and to provide social and economic benefits that might otherwise be foregone.
Mr. Carpenter, then Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the language in this proposal. I think when you consider what's going on statewide in regard to herring populations, we have really tremendous levels of herring production right now. I think this is a market that is maybe outside the norm, but I think it gives opportunity for people to harvest these fish in in a remote part of the state where there is no alternative commercial markets available, and so I think it makes sense.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Staff question. Do you have to have a sacro herring seine permit or drift gillnet permit to harvest these fish?
Through the chair, Mr. Jensen. Yes, there's the Sac Row fishery does have a herring permit associated with it, and in Norton Sound, beach seines and gill nets are legal gear types.
Okay, I was just curious if you had to have an actual permit. With that, I'll be in support of this. Seems to be more of a housekeeping-like proposal, and I think I'll concur with Mr. Carpenter's assessment, and I'll be voting in support of this one, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to be supportive of this too. This seems to be a pretty healthy stock based on what we've heard here in the last couple of days, and you know, an opportunity to potentially create some additional value in the fishery. So I will be supportive of this. Any other board discussion? Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this proposal were to be adopted, I don't think it would result in any additional direct costs for the private person to participate, nor the department to operate, and I'll call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Raybon.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 78. Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Zaret.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. That concludes deliberations on Group 3. It's just shy of 5 o'clock. And we will commence tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. with Committee of the Whole Group 4, Yukon Subsistence, Personal Use, Commercial, and Sport Fisheries. We'll see you all tomorrow morning at 8:30. Thank you.